Biometrics Optimum Woman is the only woman's high-potency full-spectrum multiple vitamin supplement to contain 56 nutrients, including those most important for today's woman, such as calcium for bone health, iron for healthy red blood cells, beta-carotene, biotin for nail and hair health, gamma-linoleic acid from evening primrose oil, octasanol, grapeseed extract, a potent antioxidant important for maintaining capillary strength, and vegetarian digestive enzymes. Visit www.biomanrxsupplements.com.
Gold label quality Biomed RX CBD oil is made from organic hemp that is locally grown, glyphosate-free, gluten-free, non-GMO, homogenized, third-party tested, and CO2 extracted. Visit www.biomedrxcbd.com.
Hi, this is Devin Lockett, the president of JobSite Route. As the son of a general contractor, I know how difficult it can be to get good food on the job site. And letting your construction workers leave the job site to buy lunch just takes valuable time away from them being on the site. I've developed an app and a program that will bring a steady stream of food trucks to your job sites every month for the low price of only $100 per month per site. That comes up to about $3 per day to have a steady stream of food trucks coming to your job sites all day, every working day. You can also contact the food trucks ahead of time and pre-order your food from the menu on our app. This saves valuable time for your construction workers and for you. It also sends a variety of delicious food served on Southern California food trucks to your job sites all day. When you think about it, it only makes sense to join the JobSite Route Network. Hello. Thank you for joining me today, everybody. How you doing? Happy Sunday. I hope everybody's having a great weekend. This is a Bring the Smoke video. This is a Bring the Smoke live because I got a lot of people fighting. They're fighting each other on my Facebook page. They're fighting each other all over the internet. There's a lot of consternation going on in today's internet. A lot of people really upset about Elon Musk buying Twitter, and a lot of people upset about Kanye. So this is a bring the smoke broadcast because, hey, it's like that. And while I give people a chance to come in, if they are going to, in fact, do that, I'm going to find a few things that I want to share with you guys. YouTube is popping, as you know. Twitter, Elon Musk has already reinstated both Ye and Trump's accounts. This is very interesting. And so, hey, let's see here. Let's see what's going on. Let's see here. What's trending right now? Wow. I'm going to watch a little bit of my man, Amazing Lucas here. Let's see what Lucas has got to say. Let's see if I can share this with you guys. Perhaps. Oh, there we go. There we go. Let's see. All right. Skip the ad and share the video. Go ahead on and subscribe to the Amazing Lucas. I don't agree with everything he says, but he's got a very good channel. I really respect the brother.
Oh, now
fair use, nigga.
Oh my goodness. So everything that is happening, I already told you about, okay? I anticipated everything that is transpiring right before your eyes, okay? When it comes to further isolation of the walls closing in around Ye, we have seen that. I'll do a video talking about that. But also, when it comes to Candace Owens, now here's the thing. Candace Owens is in quite of between a rock and a hard place.
Candace Owens.
As things start to get worse with Ye, she's going to have to make a decision. She's either going to have to go all in with Ye and defend Ye, or she's going to have to go with the small hats and Ben Shapiro, okay? That is what's going to happen, all right? Because it's going to get to a point where you're going to have to start naming them by names. If you look at Candace's as far as tweets and stuff like that, she's trying to straddle the fence, right? She's trying to say, this is horrible what's happening to Ye and everything, and you can't silence Ye, while at the same time not mentioning who in fact Ye is talking about that is in fact silencing him, because she's compromised, because her employer is in fact Ben Shapiro. Her previous employer, Dennis Prager, is in fact the same group of people that Ye has been talking about, that Ye has been criticizing. So she needs to figure out what she's deciding is, hey, do I attach myself with Ye and believe he's going to float? Or is this a sinking ship and should I abandon, right? And just cheerlead on the side. And that is what is happening. And this is easy to see, right? Because when you have people who are leeches, okay, when you have people who are nothing more than salesmen, right? They're in it for themselves. It's easy to see as far as how they navigate things. Now she's talking about, hey, I am black. Don't forget. Maybe you guys have forgotten I am black and I won't be silenced and I'm this and right. All this black stuff. I'm just like, wait, forget. Maybe you guys have forgotten I am black and I won't be silenced and I'm this and right. All this black stuff. I'm just like, wait, aren't you not the same person that, hey, we're not black. We're all Americans. We're all humans. Okay. We're all people. All right. Now she's remembering that she's black. I find it so comical, right? When many of these conservatives, many of these sambos get into hot water, they always try to use their blackness as a shield, right? When someone calls them out, it's like, oh, Are you white liberal? Are you attacking me because I'm black? Are you trying to tell me what to think? I'm a free thinker, okay? Black people are allowed what to think. The perfect example of her not naming who Ye is talking about is this tweet where she's talking about, hey, it's perfectly okay to talk about black people, harming each other. It's perfectly okay to talk about black babies being yeeted, but it's not okay to be associated with Ye. And it's like, well, that's not entirely true. That's not true at all. The issue is not with the association of Ye. The issue is with what Ye said and what the people in positions of power are doing to Ye. So you're completely avoiding the question. You're avoiding what Ye is actually talking about. And it's hilarious because what has happened is that Ye, pretty much he's put everything on blast, all right? And in an interview with this content creator, Lex, he goes on and says that, hey, he was not allowed on Daily Wire. That Candace, now here's the thing, this is where the crazy part is, okay? He said that Candace Owens told him that he was not allowed on Daily Wire.
They told Candace Owens, I couldn't be on the Daily Wire. Like, you can't even explain yourself.
They told Candace you can't be on Daily Wire?
It's not even about, yes, she did. That's what they said.
Now, we have two options here, all right? We have two options here. Either what Candace Owens said is a lie, and if she's lying, Ben Shapiro is going to call her out, and that'll probably sever that connection. Or what she's saying is truthful. And with what she's saying is truthful, I find it interesting that we don't know anything about this. She has never once called out Ben Shapiro. She has never once criticized Ben Shapiro for silencing and censoring Ye. And it's crazy because Ben Shapiro, what did he say when she was defending Ye? What was he talking about? Well, Candace has different views, and that's the beautiful thing about the Daily Wire is that we have all these different views, and we don't censor people and all this.
Candace and I disagree about a wide variety of topics. One of the features, not the bugs, of Daily Wire Plus is the fact that we openly disagree about all of this stuff. I share my opinions about what I think Candace is saying. She shares her opinions about what she thinks that I'm saying. We battle it out. It's one of the things that you get at Daily Wire Plus is the fact that there is a wide variety of opinions.
They told Candace Owens I couldn't be on the Daily Wire.
And then we come to find out, if this is true, that you censored Ye. You censored Ye. Not only did you censor Ye, you censored Candace from doing an interview with Ye on the Daily Wire. You got some explaining to do, and Candace Owens has some explaining to do. Why you didn't call out this anti-black racism against a friend of yours, right? Isn't Ye a friend of yours? Why wouldn't you call this out? This doesn't make any sense. So now this is where we are. And moving forward, this is going to be very interesting. I'm curious to see if Ben Shapiro even addresses this, if Candace Owens even addresses this. Because one thing is for sure, this should not be swept under the rug. This should not be swept under the rug. The hypocrisy, that is the Daily Wire, that is Ben Shapiro, that is Candace Owens, all these people talking about they're champions for free speech and I'm standing up in all this. At the same time, you're going to censor Ye from explaining and expressing his thoughts. At the same time, you're going to cover for Ben Shapiro, silencing and censoring Ye for not being allowed to express his thoughts and defend himself. We got some wolves in sheep's clothing, if that's the case. Some wolves in sheep's clothing. Anyways, guys, that's the video. Let me know what you guys think. Whether or not, Lucas, I think Kanye is lying, okay? I trust Candace. I trust Candace and Ben Shapiro. They're heroes, okay? They're really good for the black community. Or if you have believed, somebody's lying. And based off of what Kanye's putting on the line, he's putting everything on the line. I don't think he's lying. So then that leads us to see whether Ben Shapiro is going to admit that he wouldn't have Ye on, and whether Candace Owens would admit that she didn't call out Ben Shapiro for not having him on. We need to find out who are allies and who are frenemies. That's what we need to find out. Now, if you happen to disagree with this video, you're more than welcome to call in during disagreement days, which are typically held Monday through Friday. Friday through Sunday. Lord, I would be exhausted. Friday through Sunday, there'll be a number on screen. You call in, we duke it out. Either or, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you did, please feel free to like, share, comment, subscribe.
Appreciate that, my brother. I really do. Fair use, fair use. Yeah, I like Amazing Lucas. There's a few other videos I want to share with you. I don't want to get into too much trouble because you know how people are these days. People are very sensitive about everything that's going on. But I wanted to see if I could share a little bit of Lex Friedman's Friedman's interview with him. Let's see what I can find. Feel free to call in if you got something to say, if you want to share, if you want to bring a little bit of heat, pro or con. However you feel, call in and share your feelings. How many people are going to go out and buy a pair of Ye's tennis shoes now that he is no longer associated with Adidas? My Adidas. I want you guys to hear what Ye is talking about right now. One minute, please.
Your computer could suddenly correct spelling mistakes. That was...
There's two things that are happening. A lot of times when I would say, oh, I'm the richest black man, it would be a defense that I would use for the mental health conversation. To say, oh, you guys say I'm crazy, but look at this, I made money. And but that is not godlike to be showing off. So if it's not godlike, then God will take that because it's all the church's money, right? So what's happening right now is I'm being humbled. Another thing that's happening is by me being burned to the flesh every single day, it's actually proving what I had to say. So when I went to the mediation, what I want to say is like black people are like, okay, Lex Friedman got you to apologize. Pierce Morgan got you to apologize to the Jews, but you never apologized to us about the George Floyd comment that made us feel bad. Now, the thing is, okay, JFK, they got a lot of documentaries about how it happened. So we can argue about how it happened, which I like the fact that we can do that. But regardless, when I see that video as a black person, it hurts my feelings. And I know that police do attack and America is generally racist. And I understand that when we got to say Black Lives Matter, that the idea of it made us feel good together as a person, as a people, right? When let me say it so the soundbite is better for you guys. When the idea of Black Lives Matter came out, it made us come together as a people. Now afterwards, yes, there was some things where the money went. There were some things where it was used in order to push us to the Democratic vote. There were people behind it involved. That happened, but the general feeling. So when I said that, and I questioned the death of George Floyd, it hurt my people. It hurt the black people. So I want to apologize to hurting them because right now God has shown me by what Adidas is doing and by what the media is doing, I know how it feels to have a knee on my neck now. So I thank you, God, for humbling me and letting me know how it really felt. Because how could the richest black man ever be humbled other
You know, I don't want to stop this right now. I found a longer version of this video, so I want to switch to that one because I think that one would probably give you a little bit better idea of what happened because it's showing from all the way and since he came out of the
Dehumanizing or stereotypical allegations about Jews as such, or the power of Jews as a collective, such as
up. I'm sorry. Uh, let's actually continue with the first one, right? And then we'll go to the definition of anti-Semitism. My bad. I kind of clicked over a little bit too soon.
other than to be made to not be a billionaire, black man ever be humbled other than to be made to not be a billionaire in front of everyone off of one comment that actually, if you look at the definition of DEFCON, it means to get extra defense, which obviously I must have needed.
Yeah.
I must have needed that extra defense.
Are you worried you ruined your legacy, Kanye?
How?
Yeah,
Well,
stop.
I'm not worried. I'm just not worried, period. God is alive. God runs the world. You know, God even runs Hollywood. God is alive. And he's using me right now. He chose me for such a time like this to basically for the media to put their knee on my neck, for Adidas to put their knee on my neck. All I ever wanted at Adidas, I left Nike because Nike wouldn't give me a percentage for my shoes when I had the Red October. And my girlfriend at the time was pregnant and I needed to get some money, because if I was the kid that just had the red shoes, I could have never been a black man wearing a red hat. When the like Nike would have shut me down immediately, right? But because Adidas was a German company, it gave me a little bit more room to be able to express myself and to actually have a political opinion as an American, that I wasn't forced into a political opinion because of the color of my skin. Now let's talk about the red hat, and let's talk about the similarities to the White Lives Matter t-shirt. The thing about the red hat that drove me to a point of exhaustion, which was misdiagnosed by I'm not going to say what race, what people, doctor, and what hospital, and what media went to. We know I can't say that. It was a Jewish doctor that diagnosed me of having a disorder that would have had me on medication right now. At a time like this, if I was on medication right now, then one pill could have been swapped out and it would be Michael Jackson and Prince all over again. But because I didn't take the misdiagnosis and I didn't take the medication, I'm able to speak to you guys clear of thought and transparently. Now, let me talk about the red hat. Wearing the MAGA hat, the way that Hollywood's political agenda attacked me and put me to a point of exhaustion was death by 1,000 cuts. Everyone would say something to me, from a driver to my ex-wife to Adidas. Everyone would say something. So when I wore that White Lives Matter, I said, I'm not going through this again. I'm not going. Hey, y'all gonna leave me alone about my t-shirt. Because what's the point of having influence and having money if people could come up and just pinch you? Dehumanizing, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews as such, or the power of Jews as a collective, such as, especially, but not exclusively. This sounds like a what was that? All right, so it says, think about it, that sounds like the type wording that's in the contracts, right? Okay, it says, such as, especially, but not exclusively, the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy or of Jews controlling the media, economy, government, or other societal institutions.
But isn't that what you said? That Jews run everything?
Yeah, but that actually is considered to be anti-Semitic.
Right.
So I didn't realize that it was anti-Semitic to say, hey, you know, I have a Jewish attorney, I have a Jewish record label, I have a Jewish contractor, I have a
Do you regret your statements?
Are the statements you think you should be walking back? I mean, considering.
What do you mean walking back?
Well, you know, backing up off of them. I mean, the thing is, you've lost a lot of endorsements. People are dropping you. You're getting, you know, vilified. You know, I mean, you might think you're right, but I think, you know, there's a whole world out there that's condemning you for what you said.
Okay, so this right here is a chart of Universal Studios, 20th Century Fox, ABC News, CBS News, Columbia Pictures, Warner Brothers, ESPN Sports, Fox News, Washington Post, Metro Goldwyn Mayer, MTV Music Television, Nickelodeon, USA Today, Wall Street Journal, Comedy Central, NBC Entertainment, Google, what else do we have? Disney, ABC Kids and Family, YouTube, Los Angeles Times, Discovery Network, Paramount Pictures, Facebook, Huffington Post, Yahoo, Marvel, Hulu, Cosmopolitan, Time, Touchstone, Associated Press, Pixar, Miramax, HBO, New York Post, LucasArts, MSNBC, DreamWorks Animation. Now, the thing is, I skipped over maybe about 5 of them because it was just unclear on this list. The red are the executives that are Jewish at these companies.
Do you think they stuck together when they heard what you said? Is that what happened?
Well, what I said is, hey, you know, I've had experiences where it felt like I was being teamed up on, and I didn't realize that term would be considered to be anti-Semitic. So I had a mediation with Adidas today, and I think Adidas felt like because everyone else was ganging up on me that they had the right to just take my designs. And I feel like right now, I feel like that was in Christianity, we don't say karma, we say you reap what you sow. And I feel like this is God humbling me right now because there's two things that are happening. A lot of times when I would say, oh, I'm the richest black man, it would be a defense that I would use for the mental health conversation. To say, oh, you guys say I'm crazy, but look at this, I made money.
That's what I said.
But that is not godlike to be showing off. So if it's not godlike, then God will take that because it's all the church's money, right? So what's happening right now is I'm being humbled. Another thing that's happening is by me being burned to the flesh every single day, it's actually proving what I had to say. So when I went to the mediation, what I want to say is like black people are like, okay, Lex Friedman got you to apologize. Pierce Morgan got you to apologize to the Jews, but you never apologized to us about the George Floyd comment that made us feel bad. Now the thing is, okay, I see that video as a black person, it hurts my feelings, and I know that police do attack, and America is generally racist. And I understand that when we got to say Black Lives Matter, that the idea of it made us feel good together as a person, as a people, right? When let me say it so the soundbite is better for you guys. When the idea of Black Lives Matter came out, it made us come together as a people. Now afterwards, yes, there were some things where the money went. There were some things where it was used in order to push us to the Democratic vote. There were people behind it involved. That happened, but the general feeling. So when I said that, and I question the death of George Floyd. It hurt my people. It hurt the black people. So I want to apologize to hurting them, because right now God has shown me by what Adidas is doing and by what the media is doing, I know how it feels to have a knee on my neck now.
See, oh, you smart as shit.
So I thank you, God, for humbling me and letting me know how it really felt. Because how could the richest black man ever be humbled other than to be made to not be a billionaire in front of everyone off of one comment? That actually, if you look at the definition of DEFCON, it means to get extra defense, which obviously I must have needed.
Yeah.
I must have needed that extra defense.
Are you worried you ruined your legacy, Kanye?
How? Well,
Stop.
I'm not worried. I'm just not worried, period. God is alive. God runs the world.
Amen.
You know, God even runs Hollywood.
Amen.
God is alive. And he's using me right now. He chose me for such a time like this to basically for the media to put their knee on my neck, for Adidas to put their knee on my neck. All I ever wanted at Adidas, I left Nike because Nike wouldn't give me a percentage for my shoes, and I had the Red October. And my girlfriend at the time was pregnant, and I needed to get some money, because if I was the kid that just had the red shoes, I could have never been a black man wearing a red hat.
Man, right.
When the like Nike would have shut me down immediately, right? But because Adidas was a German company, it gave me a little bit more room to be able to express myself and to actually have a political opinion as an American, that I wasn't forced into a political opinion because of the color of my skin. Now let's talk about the red hat, and let's talk about the similarities to the White Lives Matter t-shirt. The thing about the red hat that drove me to a point of exhaustion, which was misdiagnosed by I'm not going to say what race, what people, doctor, and what hospital, and what media went to. We know I can't say that. It was a Jewish doctor that diagnosed me of having a disorder that would have had me on medication right now. At a time like this, if I was on medication right now, then one pill could have been swapped out and it would be Michael Jackson and Prince all over again. But because I didn't take the misdiagnosis and I didn't take the medication, I'm able to speak to you guys clear of thought and transparently. Now let me talk about the red hat. Wearing the MAGA hat, the way that Hollywood's political agenda.
We already saw that, right? We already saw that one, so we don't have to talk about that right now. Let me see. Maybe I can add another. There's another one I want you guys to see right quick until we can get somebody to join us. There you go.
About the Jewish comment, it's actually proven the exact point that I made.
This is from Saturday. This was the 405 overpass. And this disturbing scene unfolded right there.
The company declared in a press release, after a thorough review, the company has taken the decision to terminate the partnership with Ye immediately, end production of Yeezy branded products, and stop all payments to Ye and his companies.
The financial downfall of Kanye West continues. Kanye's losing hundreds of millions of dollars as we speak, and you better believe he's got something to say about it.
All y'all want to do is have somebody apologize and sweep under the rug your bullshit that you've been doing the whole time.
The unprecedented fallout of Kanye's recent comments about Jewish people is growing by the day, and he's now losing all of his lucrative business deals. The list of companies, banks, and individuals who have cut ties with Kanye is getting longer by the day, and even Kanye's longtime collaborator, Adidas, has dropped him.
Adidas said the anti-Semitic comments are unacceptable, hateful, and dangerous, and they violate the company's values.
On top of that, the pressure is growing on major streaming platforms like Spotify and Apple to ban all of Kanye's music, which means Kanye could lose virtually all sources of income. The canceling of Kanye by corporate America is unlike anything we've seen in recent history, and as you can imagine, social media has a lot to say about it. But Kanye West also has something to say. Despite being almost completely deplatformed, Kanye's refusing to be canceled, and his reaction to getting dropped by Adidas and losing more than half of his money was not what we expected.
That's how this town has been running for so long. They'll mute you. They'll try to mute you at all costs.
As for fans, while many are saying Kanye got what he deserved, others are pointing out the hypocrisy of companies that are now parting ways with Kanye because they didn't bat an eyelid when he was making anti-Black comments. So let's break down what's really happening and how Kanye reacted to losing hundreds of millions of dollars and multiple business deals.
We fighting not in flesh and blood. This is a spiritual warfare at this point.
By now, you must have heard that Kanye is catching major blowback over his comments about Jewish people. We all know that Kanye is no stranger to courting controversy.
Confluence has seamless integrations with your favorite tools, including Microsoft Teams and Slack.
However, until now, Kanye's career and finances have never been seriously affected by any criticism. In fact, he seemed to thrive on public outrage. But it looks like this latest wave of backlash against Kanye could actually cost him his entire fortune and career. Back in 2020, Forbes crowned Kanye hip-hop's second billionaire after Jay-Z, and his net worth was estimated at $1.3 billion. But fast forward just 2 years, and Kanye's billion-dollar empire is crumbling to pieces, and all major corporations are cutting ties with him. So what does Kanye have to say now that he's losing all his money over his anti-Jewish comments? When Kanye appeared in early October at Paris Fashion Week sporting a White Lives Matter t-shirt, most people thought this was just another PR stunt and that the controversy would blow over quickly. However, Kanye welcomed the outrage with open arms and decided to take the controversy to a whole different level. It all started on October 7th, 2022, when Kanye leaked his conversation with Diddy, implying that Diddy is controlled by Jews. After this, Instagram immediately locked Kanye's account. However, Kanye then took to Twitter and shared a tweet that set off a huge uproar and ultimately cost Kanye way more than anyone could have imagined. The tweet read, "I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. The funny thing is, I actually can't be anti-Semitic because Black people are actually Jew also. You guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who ever opposes your agenda." 2 days later, Kanye lost access to his Twitter account, but then he decided to go on an interview spree and double down on his comments about Jewish people.
I prefer my kids knew Hanukkah than Kwanzaa. At least it will come with some financial engineering.
The Jewish people that I'm talking about don't have to understand. And that is that privilege that I'm not going to allow. When I wore the White Lives Matter t-shirt, the Jewish underground media mafia already started attacking me.
Well, thank you for allowing me to say what I meant due to the fact that I was blocked by Jewish people.
My question for you is, do you now regret saying
I update
DEFCON
every
3
day.
on Jewish people? Are you sorry you said that?
No.
I think it matters. You should be.
Absolutely not.
Is there somebody in your life close to you that you trust enough to call you out on your bullshit? We're all full of shit sometimes.
What's my bullshit?
Well, some of it I pointed out today, but I don't
What
know
was
you
the
deeply
bullshit,
enough.
though? What was the bullshit?
Jewish media, Jewish.
That's not bullshit. The bullshit is that the Jewish media won't admit.
Your dad was right. Your dad was right. The words you used, you weren't. The
and
point
I
you were.
said it. You're not gonna make me say it 800 more times.
The tweet, the DEFCON tweet. Nah, he ain't releasing the T because he's Jewish.
And I'm like, see, this is my exact point that I'm making. Like, Jewish people have owned the Black voice.
By the way, a few days after Kanye's Drink Champs interview aired, signs which read, "Kanye is right about the Jews," were put up above a highway overpass in Los Angeles, causing even more pressure on companies like Adidas to cut all ties with Kanye. In response to Kanye's comments, a host of celebs and other public figures criticized Kanye and called on all companies to stop doing business with him.
I think we have to call it like it is. Kanye is anti-Semitic. These comments are hateful.
The backlash against Kanye has now started to impact his finances, and in the past couple of weeks, multiple companies terminated their partnerships with him, including Vogue, Balenciaga, The Gap, Foot Locker, TJ Maxx, Def Jam, and his talent agency, CAA. Johnny Depp's former lawyer, Camille Vasquez, also declined to work with Kanye, and athletes Aaron Donald and Jaylen Brown both announced they're leaving Kanye's sport agency, Donda Sports. Meanwhile, Kanye was kicked out by JP Morgan Chase Bank, and they gave him a deadline to transfer his Yeezy business to another financial institution. On top of that, the pressure is growing on Spotify and Apple Music to remove Kanye's entire discography, the same way they did with R. Kelly. And while all these companies and individuals that cut ties with Kanye did so just days after his problematic comments went viral, Adidas really took their time. Kanye's partnership with Adidas started back in 2013, and over the years, Adidas Yeezy grew into one of the most successful fashion collaborations in the world, generating approximately $2 billion per year for Adidas and making a huge cultural impact, comparable to that of Air Jordans. And this is probably why Adidas was so slow to respond to Kanye's anti-Semitic controversy, which provoked a huge outcry on social media, and an online petition asking Adidas to drop Kanye went viral. Finally, after reports emerged that Adidas's stock plummeted as a result of their refusal to part ways with Kanye, Adidas issued a statement on October 25th, announcing an immediate end to the Yeezy line. In their statement, Adidas said the company does not tolerate anti-Semitism and any other sort of hate speech, and they slammed Kanye's recent comments and actions as unacceptable, hateful, and dangerous, adding that after a thorough review, the company has taken the decision to terminate the partnership with Ye immediately, end production of Yeezy-branded products, and stop all payments to Ye and his companies. But what does Kanye have to say about Adidas cutting ties with him after almost a decade-long partnership? Well, here's the thing about Adidas dropping Kanye. As a result of their decision, Adidas is expected to lose $250 million by the end of the year, but this is unlikely to harm the company in the long run. Kanye's net worth, on the other hand, sustained a much more devastating blow, and after Adidas dropped him, he instantly got knocked off Forbes' billionaires list. According to Forbes, Kanye's net worth has now dropped to $400 million, and what's left of his fortune mainly comes from his real estate, cash, his music catalog, and a 5% stake in ex-wife Kim Kardashian's shapewear firm, Skims. So now that Kanye has officially lost his billionaire status and saw the larger chunk of his net worth disappear overnight, does he regret all those comments he made? Well, the bizarre thing is that Kanye reacted pretty calmly to the news that he's no longer a billionaire after Adidas dropped him, leading to speculation that this is exactly what Kanye wanted to happen. The Hollywood Fix recently caught up with Kanye to ask him how he's handling the massive financial loss, and he basically said this just proves he was right all along.
That was one of the most freeing days, you know? I had to get up out of those big corporations so I could get directly to the people. And I want to talk about the Jewish comment. It's actually proven the exact point that I made. So many actors been behind the scenes. So you even got people like Ari Emanuel asking people to not do business with me. That's how this town has been running for so long. They'll mute you. They'll try to mute you at all costs.
They can't cancel Kanye.
We can't cancel him. What'd you say?
They can't cancel somebody.
I mean, you definitely. Look at that. Even
God's on your side, man.
Even God is on all our sides. They're afraid of us not being afraid anymore, and we're not afraid anymore. They can't use all the tactics. That's some audacity, right? It seems pretty one-sided if you really think about it. So we just lean into it every day. I know God has a plan for us. We fight not in flesh and blood. This is a spiritual warfare at this point.
And when asked what message he has for everyone who's trying to cancel him, this is what Kanye said.
What have you got to say to people that are trying to cancel you?
You can't cancel him.
I'm here. What are we
That's
talking
right.
about? We here. We ain't going nowhere, baby.
Kanye 2024.
And if I if I ever went anywhere, we know why. You understand what I'm saying? Exactly. So we here.
Now, as for reactions from people on social media, many are celebrating Kanye getting dropped by Adidas and other big companies, and they're saying he finally got what he deserved. However, there are also many people who are calling out the companies who parted ways with Kanye for their hypocrisy, because none of them even considered dropping Kanye back when he was saying that slavery was a choice and making other anti-Black comments. One Twitter user recently went viral with a message that read, "Okay, but for real, the swift response to Kanye's anti-Semitism versus the silence when he was tormenting the Black community is really something to witness." And another person added, "It's all the famous people and companies posting their 'We stand by Jewish people' statements for me. This man sent Clan Couture down the runway. Not one contract was canceled. Not a statement of solidarity with Black people was posted." But how do you feel about Kanye getting deplatformed and losing all his business deals? Leave your comments down below. And if you liked this video, make sure you check out this next one.
So yeah, I mean, you can draw your own conclusions. Fair use, fair use. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I saw both the Lex Freeman interview as well as the what's that British twit his name? Anyway, I have both of the interviews here. We're gonna watch a little bit of both of them. Fair use, okay? So that you can check it out. Bear with me for a second. I'm checking out Slim Thug on his trike. It's badass. Yeah, it looks like a big Hot Wheels. I mean, big wheel car. All right, I want to share a couple of other things with you guys. First, we're going to check out Piers.
Uncensored. My first question for you, I guess, is an obvious one. What do you hope to achieve from our conversation?
Piers Morgan, huh? Fair use.
That right there, being uncensored. In American media, it's very censored. It feels like an episode of Black Mirror a lot of times. So I've put myself across the line, the point of no return, saying, hey, I know they're going to say whatever they want about me. When I bring up the truth, they're going to say, you didn't get enough sleep. It's because of your health. They're going to call me names for my truth. But these experiences that I'm telling you about are factually things that I've went through and things that I refuse to keep going through and things that I'm not going to let my children go through and things that I'm not going to let my peers go through. No pun intended.
Well, look, we are most certainly uncensored on this show, and I want to give you the time and the platform to really explain yourself, because I think that sometimes sound bites about people, perhaps taken out of context sometimes, can create a very distorted view of what a person really thinks. What do you think, looking back over the last few weeks in particular, what do you think have been the biggest misconceptions about you?
Well, I think there's a left agenda to silence anyone that goes against the agenda. Let's go back to Trump running for office back in 2015. Everyone that was around me in my industry, in the entertainment industry, told me that my life would be over. I would be on the wrong side of history. I've even had threats to my life for wearing the Trump hat. And it even ended up in, destroying my family and also making it where I have to raise my children differently because I actually am a person that's classified as Black. You know, I classify myself as Jew, but a person that's classified that had been given that title in America as Black, in America that I'm supposed to stay in a block of a vote. You never heard the term white vote. So why is there a term Black vote? How is that okay? It sounds just as racist as a Black drinking fountain. And my dad, you know, called me and said, you know, the thing that the left fear about Ye or makes me the most dangerous is I'm rich. And that's the point. Tupac told me back in the days, you know, you had to get your money right and then you go to war. So I'm going to war. You know, I don't have endless resources. I only have like maybe, you know, honestly, only maybe $120 million in my account. But what I'm not going to let happen is I'm not going to let my kids take over Yeezy someday and have a boardroom telling them what to do and talking behind their back. I'm not going to let that happen to my children. So I have to fight right now. And the other powerful icons in Black music, when they were at the top of the game, they didn't fight at that point. They were too afraid of losing whatever they had. So by the time they wanted to make a difference, by the time Bill Cosby wanted to buy NBC, he didn't have the Cosby Show at that time to be able to stand up when they wanted to literally throw him in jail, you know, where they actually did throw him in jail. So people have to understand just the bravery. There's so many people everywhere. I know everyone can relate to being afraid to say what you're going to feel because you feel like you're going to, you know, you're going to lose something. So whether you agree with me or not, I believe people are going to feel the fact that someone is brave enough to say something. Every day I do 5 things that people have been historically killed for. Every day. And it's just, yo, I want to prove, first of all, I am Jew also. The 12 lost tribes of Hebrew. Do the math. Do your research on it. We have got our culture ripped from us and then told we were just simply void of color, which is another definition for Black. But if we knew we were a culture and knew we were a people, the way the Jewish people know, then we wouldn't abort ourselves. We wouldn't shoot each other dead in the streets and then rap about it. We wouldn't brag about, you know, having sex with each other's wives. We would keep our families together and we would do business together. The most dangerous place for a Black person in America is actually in our mother's stomachs, because 50% of Black deaths a year in America is abortion currently. I mean, I can keep going, but I want to make it, hey, boom, ask me questions, let's go.
I don't want to jump in too much because here's what I honestly think. I think you have an extraordinary mind. You have a number of extraordinary talents. You're a musical genius. You're a fascinating public figure. What has been interesting to me is to watch the furore which has erupted in the last few weeks over a series of statements that you've made, which have caused, as you know, a lot of offense. And I guess before I get into them, I'm just curious as to whether you think there is a line for free speech. Listen, I completely agree with you that there is a war against free speech, that people are, you know, treading on eggshells all the time, terrified of expressing honestly held opinions in case they get cancelled. I think we're living in a really insidious era where liberals are behaving like fascists. So on that, you have absolutely my agreement. But my question for you is, do you believe there are limits to free speech? And if they are, what are they?
There are no limits to free speech. It's all context, right? Tarantino can write a movie about slavery where actually him and Jamie, they got the idea from me, because the idea for Django, I pitched to Jamie Foxx and Quentin Tarantino as the video for Gold Digger. And then Tarantino turned it into a film. But in that film, he puts a context, he creates a context where Leonardo DiCaprio is allowed to use the word multiple times within that context. So Hollywood's job is to frame things, and they allow what context, what content is accepted and what's not. We have our thoughts. You know, everyone has thoughts and ideas, and then people try to manipulate your thoughts and ideas. In order for humanity to move forward, we have to be free to think and then to actualize. I like the word actualize better than execute. If you think about execute's a negative word, actualize to be more positive, except for the fact that it has the word act in it, and everyone's an actor, especially in Hollywood. I'm like top 5 writers in human history, so I really get into the power of words, and I feel very akin to Capote, Freud, Nikola Tesla, Da Vinci, Matisse, more Matisse than Picasso, more African cubism than Matisse. So I just do that. I throw out that kind of for the liberals, and that's the funny thing. It's like liberals.
Let me hold you up on that.
Me.
On Matisse, when you say you're more Matisse than Picasso, as somebody who's a fan of Matisse and Picasso, actually, I spent a lot of time in Saint-Tropez where they all used to paint together. Why do you say Matisse? What is it about Matisse that you feel an affinity with?
I feel like Drake is more Picasso and Ye is more Matisse. When we talked about when me and Drake went to do the show last year for prison reform and to bring awareness to the incarceration of Larry Hoover, I sent him articles about the relationship of Matisse and Picasso and the need for these people. You need to have that. You know, I need to go into the bar and go to Starbucks. That's a form of a modern day bar, right? And just hear Drake's song playing back to back. And Drake needs to go into that same Starbucks just in a different city and see people wearing Yeezys. And it puts us both back into the studio. And, you know, God sets up these almost similar characters, these doppelgangers. It makes me really realize God has a sense of humor. Like, why is John Galliano and Mark Jacobs the exact same human being, just placed in a different place? Or why does God have it where Bernard Arnault cannot purchase Gucci, not even through the Chinese market? God does this to remind us that we are not God, because when you take people like Elon Musk and Bernard Arnault and Trump or Jack Ma, Putin, you take these people in their own space, in their own environments, you know, we can start to feel like gods on earth, but we are nothing in comparison to God. And we are here actually to love one another and to collaborate and to make the world a better place. There's, 1% of the world are placed in power and 99% of the world are the audience. So that 1% of the world, this idea of a United Nations, this is the world that needs to come together. This is the world that, here's the obvious go-to. Biden doesn't listen to Elon Musk. The president of the United States does not have meetings with Elon Musk. That is, hey, here, come get me. That's retarded. I know I'm not supposed to say that, Biden, but that's retarded, Biden. And it's, and obviously, because I've been dealing with mental health, all this, I have the right to use whatever words that I like to use.
Well, that's interesting. So
ask another question.
Well, yeah, let me ask you on that. So you just said something very inflammatory about President Biden. It will, as you know, offend a lot of people. Yeah. And it will particularly offend people who work in mental health. You say you should not use a word like retarded. But you say that because you yourself have had mental health issues, that entitles you to use that kind of word as an insult. Now, I would say that's an arguable point.
I've had my issue is I've had mental health allegations.
So do you believe that you have any form of mental illness?
I believe that I suffered from exhaustion. I I suffered from being lied to constantly by the people around me. And I believe those things can drive anyone to a point of maximum exhaustion. But I also believe that I'm extremely brilliant and I'm here to make the world a better place. And I'm tired of the left media trying to pick on me. And y'all picked on me enough. And y'all finally touched the person that's not going to stand, that's not going to take it anymore. And that's part of the reason why I'm on uncensored, because what they'd like is for me to be quiet. Interesting thing about racism and cancel culture, it's kind of similar, right? Racism works on itself. I can go into the Gucci store at age 18 and I just assume that people think that I'm about to steal, so I buy more things. With cancel culture, when I brought Marilyn Manson on stage with me when he was dealing with allegations, my stepbrother Marilyn was canceling himself. So many people comment on my White Lives Matter t-shirt. There's people who are saying right there in Fashion Week, when are you going home? I'm so afraid. People thought I was going to cancel myself. I'm not going to cancel myself. I'm going to keep on delivering what I feel, because guess what? It's very split opinions, by the way. If I talk to a Black person that makes under $1 million a year, they really relate to the George Floyd comments and feel hurt that I would even bring it up and question the approach. They have multiple documentaries on the death of JFK, but we're just supposed to believe this one media outlet version that preyed on our trauma and our pain. And then if I talk to rich Black people or white people, Jew or Catholic or atheist, they're really into the Jewish media comment because it affects their business interests.
Okay, well, look,
and it was really interesting.
Let me just pick you up on the two things you've mentioned. The first one is what you said about George Floyd. And the reality of that, it's not a media interpretation of how he died, because the Hennepin County Chief Medical Examiner concluded that Floyd died from cardiopulmonary arrest. His heart stopped, complicated by the way the police restrained him and compressed his neck. Now, he also said there were other contributing conditions.
Wait.
Well, hang on, let me finish. There were other contributing conditions, narrowed arteries, high blood pressure, and fentanyl intoxication. But although these were significant conditions, he said, and things that played a role in the death, they didn't directly cause the death. The cause of death was what that policeman did with his knee to George Floyd. Person? Well, why would a coroner lie?
What makes you believe that?
Why would a coroner lie?
Because he could get paid to lie. Because he could get paid to lie. Because
I watched it. I watched it for 8 minutes.
The majority of the press.
Right, but I watched it for 8 minutes.
Now tell me this: have you seen the Candace Owens BLM documentary?
I have watched some of that documentary, but here's what I would say to you: when you watch that video of George Floyd,
no, it's not a but. It's not.
Well, I haven't watched the whole thing.
I need you to watch.
I know.
Okay.
I know what you said about. I know Candace.
I'm gonna finish. La la.
It's all right.
La.
You don't have to do that. That means, I know what it means.
La 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 means be quiet and let me finish.
Right, but you did interrupt my question.
Right, so with the BLM, no, I wasn't finished. You're pressing agenda. You haven't seen the whole thing.
I don't have an agenda. I just read you what the coroner said.
So we can have 20 different perspectives on how JFK died, but us as Black people, not only can we only vote one way, we're not allowed to have any other perspectives, and that the area for George Floyd, where he passed, the murder rate is up 50%, and nothing, this is so-called movement, but it didn't move Blacks anywhere.
Right, now listen.
So as a Black person.
I will say there are legitimate questions about the Black Lives Matter movement, no question. But on the specific point about how George Floyd died, I don't think it's in question about what actually killed him. It was that police officer with his knee on his neck.
Well, it isn't question. It isn't question. I'm questioning it.
Well, you can question it, but what you're questioning is a coroner report.
Do you have friends that were killed by police officers? Do you have friends that were locked up? Do you have friends? Do you have people aborting half your race? No. So I am the black person with the black experience that's worth $11 billion and is the most influential person on the planet. And I am questioning it.
Okay.
I have a right to question it.
Absolutely.
You can't tell me with your accent that me as an American Jew black person that I cannot question that death and question the means behind that was put on camera.
I'm not saying you
to
can't
traumatize. I'm not finished. La 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 means let me finish.
Okay.
I'm not finished talking. So I cannot see, because you distract my thoughts and then you try to make me look like a crazy person and you feel you have the right to cut me off. And I've proven you guys don't want it with me. This is like Terminator 20. You've never seen this before. So I want no one to play with me.
Mm-hmm.
I have the right to question because that videotape was used to traumatize my people and force us into the Democratic vote. Hey, George Soros, you're a real competitor. I respect you. I'm worth more money than you, and I have more influence than you, and have, Piers Morgan from a different country saying, well, I'm not going to do an English accent because that would be racist. I'm funny, by the way.
That's fine. I know you can do that. As I said to you, the show is uncensored, Ye. You can say what the hell you like, right? But that doesn't mean I can't pick you up on a few things, right? You accept that.
I accept that, but you try to say it is unquestionable because this one Dr. Fauci said this. I know it wasn't Dr. Fauci, but I'm just giving an example where we hear from even Google. Like, people feel like, if you Google it, it's factual. There's so much non-factual information about me on Google, but then I still believe Google. And people pay to get certain information to the top of Google. But this is good. Keep going. Where else you want to go with it?
Here's where I want to go. The civil rights lawyer Lee Merritt responded to what you said about George Floyd's death and said, while one cannot defame the dead, the family of George Floyd is considering suit, which they're now doing. As you know, they're suing you for $250 million for Ye's false statements about the manner of his death, claiming Floyd died from fentanyl, not the brutality established criminally and civilly, undermines and diminishes the Floyd family's fight. So what is your response to that?
Well, anybody who loses a loved one, my heart goes out to them. Any race, my heart goes out to the pain of that. I have a theory about it. Now, this is not a fact. This is a feeling that I have. In the documentary, George Floyd's two roommates said that George kept saying, they want a tall guy like me. They want a tall guy like me. So for me, I'm a creative, right? I can make a dinosaur out of a femur, right? So if I'm making a dinosaur out of a femur and I'm looking at a documentary that says George Floyd was telling his two roommates, they want a tall guy like me. And on the day of his death, he prayed for 8 minutes. They said he prayed longer than he ever prayed. What do you think, me as a creative mind, the beautiful mind, right? The sensitive mind, what do you think I feel could have happened in that situation?
All right. Well, honestly, if I'm being honest with you, I would say that because of your brilliant, beautiful, creative mind, as you put it, and I don't dispute that at all, you've got an extraordinary mind. And I can see that in the way that you conduct interviews. You go off on very long tangents, but they're sort of fascinating. I find it fascinating to listen to you. I'm not saying you don't have a right to question.
Sort of, quite. Yeah. These are like Capote level fascinating tangents.
No, they're not. They're not. I'm just saying it's the way you conduct yourself, and I think that's very interesting.
What do you mean? Or not? Why is it? Oh, it's not Capote level.
Actually, I think you
Capote level.
If you would like me to compare you to Truman Capote, I am happy to do that. Yeah. If you want to be known as the new Capote.
You see what's going on here is Piers Morgan is trying to maintain a posture of superiority, of intellectual superiority, of certainly moral superiority. He's certainly trying to place Ye in the position of the subject, the one being examined and questioned here, and second guess and everything else. And basically, he's trying to force him to say, I'm sorry. He's trying to force an apology out of him so that he could advertise, as he is now, he could later on advertise this video as an apology video, as he was the one who brought home the head of Ye to the throne of Zion and brought this Negro to his knees. It's very interesting watching this play out.
I'm with you, okay? I'm not going to question your talent. Your talent to me is completely unquestionable, right? When you question that,
answer the question about the femur to the dinosaur.
No, I'm going to ask you a different question.
Situation.
I'm just going to ask you this. What?
No, you're not. You're gonna. No, I didn't finish my question.
Well, hang on. You can't tell me.
Answer my question.
You can't
first.
tell me what questions to ask you. You accept that I'm the interviewer.
To answer my question. No, I said answer my question. No, I'm interviewing you too.
Well, you can't interview me. It's my interview.
You're Bono. I'm interviewing you too. See, that's the way we rap.
Let me just. You know what I'm saying? No. Let me just put this to you.
So no.
Hang on.
You're trying to avoid.
No. La. To put quite a phrase. You're interrupting me now.
I'm going to get back to it.
All right, you can, but let me ask you.
Because you haven't answered my question.
Here's my question for you, which you haven't answered.
No, I'm not answer. Don't answer my question with a question.
Yeah,
I'm not answering anything.
I'm going back to my original question in a way, which is simply this. I'm not saying you don't have a right to question how George Floyd died, but given the world watched that horrifying video of that policeman's knee on his neck, and given that is what the coroner said caused his death, albeit he had other underlying conditions, including fentanyl intoxication, when the family see someone like you, who's hugely influential, you're known around the world, questioning how their loved one died, they find that very hurtful, which is why they're now suing you for it. And my question for you is, do you understand the pain that sometimes your comments can cause, like this circumstance with George Floyd's family?
Now, I'm going to ask you a question again. With my imagination, when you see in the documentary that George Floyd's two roommates said they want a tall guy like me, they want a tall guy like me, and that he prayed extra long on the day of his passing, where do you think that takes my beautiful mind?
I think it can take you to a place where you want to believe something which may not be true. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying all the evidence points. I'm giving you an honest answer. My honest answer is I think that they wanted.
That wasn't honest. That was a political collect.
My honest belief is that.
What do you guys do? People in the newsroom, what are they doing? They're like cringing right now. They're like, whoa.
No.
We never experienced this before.
We
never experienced
I'm not cringing.
A black entertainer that won't be threatened by the media to back down from his opinion.
Yeah, I think you mistake me. You mistake me for somebody who's going to be like the others. I have a show called Uncensored for a reason. I'm giving you a platform for a reason.
You're pressing an agenda.
No, I'm not. You're perfectly entitled to your opinions. Your agenda. But do you accept
you're lying now?
Do you accept you may not always be right?
I just called you a liar. How does that make you feel?
That's fine if you think I'm a liar. It's fine.
No, you're a liar. You're pressing the agenda of the pain and trauma economy that is pressed on my people by the left.
Actually, the trauma I think that was implemented to George Floyd was from a vile white racist police officer who kneed him to his death. And I agree with the coroner's findings because I don't see any reason why the coroner would invent that. So that's my belief. If you want to challenge that and you don't believe it, that's entirely your right.
I have a question. Who do you think are the biggest vile white racist? The media.
You think the media is racist?
What? Please, next question. Please don't ask me any retarded questions.
Okay, let me go to the next furore, which has been around you in the last couple of weeks, which is your attacks.
Is that British for theory? Is that British for theory? What's theory, bro? Is that British for theory?
You actually have quite a good British accent. That's quite good. Let me ask you, if I can, about the allegations that you have made anti-Semitic comments. And in particular, when you said on Instagram, I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. Now, many people who are Jewish found that deeply offensive. They wanted to know, what did you mean by going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people? Because DEFCON 3, as you know, is a heightened state of awareness for military action. So what did you mean by that? Here's your chance to clarify what you meant by DEFCON 3 on Jewish people.
Well, thank you for allowing me to say what I meant due to the fact that I was blocked by Jewish people after I said that. So I wasn't actually allowed to say what I was about to say. But what I was going to say is, I was going to talk about all of the contracts, all of the misdealings that I dealt with as an entertainer. Being that I'm an entertainer, I've been wronged so many times by Jewish businessmen. And the reason why I say people, if a black man is caught in the car with drugs or a gun, and there's 3 other black guys in the car with him, guess what? They're all going to jail. So the reason why I say people is I want those businessmen's wives and fathers, mothers, grandmothers, and kids to ask them, why is Ye so mad at us? Because they're taking money out of my children's mouths and putting it into their children's mouths. I'll give you this parallel and this analogy. If you take, I just talked to Irina Shayk, right? And if you look at a picture of her at age 14, this person is beautiful, like one of the most beautiful people that God has ever created, right? And if any man did her wrong at a young age, she would get to the point where maybe she would actually hate men. You've heard that terminology, right? So I'm in a point where I'm frustrated. I have the right to my anger, and I'm saying that people need to fix it. I'm not going to fix what I feel until what I'm feeling is fixed.
Okay, can I respond?
You're not just going to shut me up and say...
No, I'm not going to shut you up. Can I respond to what you just said? My problem with what you've said, I'll be straight with you, is that if I, as a white man, posted tomorrow on my Instagram, I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on black people, what would you think?
Jew.
No, if I said black people, what would you think? If that was what I posted?
Well, did you accept that black people, you accepted that black people are Jew? Or
I'll come to that in a moment. On the specific, though, if I simply said, in other words, all black people was the implication of what I said, I would get rightly cancelled. I would get rightly vilified and abused. You, I suspect, would be outraged by a white person saying such a thing, because you wouldn't make any distinction about whether I was talking about certain black business people I'd fallen out with or whatever. You would think I was judging an entire populace by the color of their skin. You are, by saying Jewish people on Jewish people, you're not saying Jewish businessmen, accountants, whatever, that you've had a problem with. You're basically saying in that statement, all Jewish people, which is why it caused such offense. And I'm curious whether you, even as you wrote those words, understood what Jewish people actually would feel when you said that, and didn't make any specific references to any individuals.
Maybe they would feel how all my people have felt. Maybe they would feel the pain of when a black artist looks up and they've completely been raped by 5 Jewish businessmen, and there's multiple accounts.
Why does the fact that they're Jewish have anything to do with it?
Maybe they would feel like that.
But why would you say
it just so happens they are?
Well, okay, but I wouldn't. Why categorize them according to their religious faith, their ethnicity? Why would you do that? Why can't you just describe them as business people that you've dealt with? That's fine. But what you're doing by saying Jewish people, these constant tirades, against Jewish people, many people find
why
that.
Are you calling it a tirade? That sounds like you have it.
I think it's a tirade.
Where's the tirade? That was a tweet. It was a tweet.
It's not just a tweet.
And you asked me to explain it. And that, have you felt my pain yet? You haven't felt my pain. You
I've
don't want to feel my pain.
Well, no, hang
you don't
on.
hold la
Okay.
la. You don't hold accountability to my pain. You're being a Karen.
I'm talking
You
about.
don't
I'm
hold
talking. I'm not a
accountability
Karen
to
and
the pain.
I'm not a Karen, and I'm not going to cancel you, and I'm not going to uncensor you. I'm simply going to challenge you on what you're saying.
You can't.
I think you
can't
don't
cancel me.
understand the pain that you've been causing with some of these comments, and I think that one in particular, I can understand.
Oh my God. God forbid, one comment could cause people to feel any of the pain that my people have went through for years. Even like the blacks being ushered to the left during the civil rights movement. No one has cared about black people.
All right.
No one is.
Let me say, I agree that the racism against black people has been utterly deplorable, shameful, unacceptable. And thank God the world is beginning to move to a better place about the way it has treated black people like you. However, one form of racism doesn't justify.
It's almost in a better place.
Well,
but
one form of racism doesn't justify another.
It's not a better place.
I'm not cutting you off. I'm finishing my sentence so you can respond. One form of racism. It is racism when you say I'm going deaf for Jewish people. That's racism.
It's not.
It is.
I thought you had a platform where I could explain how I felt. You don't care about how I feel. You just want to shut me up. You don't want me to say out loud what my people have been going through.
I do.
Or do you?
I do. I'm very happy to do that.
So what have my people have been going through? What led me to that point?
My point is,
what led me, a person, a successful, influential, extremely attractive person to get to that point?
I am not doubting for a moment that you will feel genuine pain about the racism against you and other black people in America. Not for 1 second would I deny that.
Racism by who?
Well, by anybody. I think any form of racism is wrong. Any form of racism is wrong.
I didn't say DEFCON on anybody though.
You said DEFCON 3 on Jewish people, specifically Jewish people. You didn't say any particular Jewish person. You said basically all of them. That is racism, yay. And I think if you were honest with yourself, given the fallout from this, you would think again about how you phrase that sentence. Because actually, you didn't mean all Jewish people.
Given the fallout.
Do you care about the hurt you caused Jewish people?
What fallout?
Well, you were removed from social media.
Wait a second. You're not allowing me to talk, Chris. You're not allowing me to talk, Chris. Oh, I thought it was the same person.
He's American. I'm British.
So the thing is, I want to bring joy to the world. I'm a composer, right? And this is a symphony. Our life is a symphony. We have so many beautiful ideas, but I feel the anti-Semite has been a wall, a cloak that allows Jewish businessmen, boom, I'll only be the police officer that says, hey, this guy with the gun is the only person going to jail. I'll be the first person that does that in history, right? So look, no one else in this car riding with the guy with the gun and the drugs is going to jail. Are you happy? I'll play by rules that are not played by from my people, just for the sake of this conversation.
I don't want you playing by any.
So
I don't want you playing by any.
That makes you happy, right?
I don't want you to say things just to make me happy.
That's what colonizers do, is give us rules.
I'm not trying to
colonize you. That's what colonizers do, is give us rules.
I'm not trying to colonize you. I'm not trying to censor you. All I'm saying to you is, when you use a phrase, yay, like I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people.
Did you hear what I just said, though?
Yes, I did.
We're past that. We're past that in a conversation.
Well, hang on. We're not past it.
Did you hear what I just said?
We're not past it unless you're prepared.
Are you happy that I said I'll focus?
Let me explain what
Are you happy that I said?
I know. I heard what you just.
Whoa, brother! Why are you talking over me?
Let me respond.
Yay, Chris.
I'm Chris. Let's respond. Let me respond. Right. I'm simply saying what you've just said is not what you said on your Instagram post, and you know it, right? If you have a problem with particular businessmen who happen to be Jewish, that is a concern for you.
And you know it.
So you talk about all Jewish people.
But brother, what is the point? Brother, do you want me to grow from the statement? I just told you, okay, I was in a position where I've been hurt And this is the way I had the right to express myself. The point.
You see, it's clear here that, Pierce Morgan does not respect Kanye. He's not even trying to talk to him. He's not trying to communicate with him. He's not trying to dialogue with him. And that is the arrogance that a lot of people, especially on the left, that is the arrogance that a lot of people on the left have. And it makes you want to, it just irritates people. It irritates those of us who have to deal with it, coming in contact with them. And the smugness, the arrogance, the sense of the air of superiority, and the British accent doesn't help, right? Because you already sound like a dick. You know what I mean? But this whole thing, you could see what's really frustrating Pierce is that he's not accomplishing his agenda and making this little black boy talk the way he wants him to talk and say the things he wants him to say and apologize like a good little Negro. And I'm glad that Kanye's trolling the hell out of him here. Thank you for sitting and watching throughout this with me. Fair use, Pierce.
Of this interview is for you to question me and then for me to answer and say, okay, even though the same rules are not applied to my people, if a person with a gun or drugs is pulled over and has three other people in the car, they're all going to jail. I'm not going to apply that to Jewish people for the sake of this conversation. Isn't that what you wanted? But you know what you did? You tried to civil rights me. You tried to pull me back to a week ago, but we're here today. There's been plenty of conversations and commentary since that, but you want me to go back to 1960.
No.
You want me to go back to 7 days ago.
All right, let me jump in. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to reflect.
Okay, so have we grown? Have we grown?
Here's how we grow. Yeah, here's how we grow. I want you to reflect.
No, have we grown?
Have
we grown? You're not in charge of my growth. You're not in charge of my growth, Chris.
Okay, let me phrase it like this. I'm about to suggest to you how you may grow if you choose to grow this way. And you can ignore me. You can ignore me.
Pierce, how much money are you worth?
Not as much as you, sadly.
Exactly. So take my advice. Maybe you'll get richer.
I would love to take your business advice.
Why would I listen to you?
Why don't you hear what my advice is and then work out if I'm wrong? Can we do that deal?
You haven't given me any credit or a moment of reflection for the comparison that I made, the brilliant, if I do say so myself, comparison that I made to the cops pulling over one black person and locking everyone up.
I understand what you're saying.
And another point I want to mention here, another point
having issues.
Another point I want to bring up here. There are two different things, okay? There are two different things. When you talk about the question of anti-Semitism, okay, the people who are offended by this and the people who are expressing their disagreement and their disgust, their anger at Ye, I'm trying to clarify exactly where you're coming from. Are you coming from a position of victimhood? Are you coming from a position of saying anti-Semitism is a state of victimhood that my people have suffered all over the world throughout history, and therefore it is simply wrong and it simply represents a social illness, a bigotry, a hatred, a mental illness? I think if it represents a bigotry, then we could call it racism, right? And then we could say that this particular race is the same as every other race, because if a person hates me as a black man, he's a racist. If a person hates a Mexican, he's a racist. If a person hates a Portuguese person because he's Portuguese, he's a racist. Whatever it is, Chinese equal, so every race, no race really gets to have their own particular class of racism. It's kind of an insult to the rest of humanity. But are you coming from the position of victimhood, or are you coming from the position of aristocracy? Are you coming from the position of being an oligarch? Are you coming from a position of saying, don't speak badly about me because it's wrong and because we're victims and because we've always been victimized? Or are you saying, don't speak badly about us because we can crush you, because we're powerful? Therefore, you have to live under tyranny. You have to live under an oligarchy. You have to live under an ultimate elite class. You have to disregard the fact that God has created all human beings equal, and God has imbued all human beings with certain equal and unalienable rights. And in order for you to truly embrace this reality that I'm shoving down your throat, you must relinquish any thought of living in a free society, of living in freedom. And that is what is very, very difficult for most Americans, black, white, or any other color, to swallow. That's what is most difficult for Americans to take, is the thought that you're expecting us to live outside of the sense of freedom that we feel as though we're supposed to live in, that we deserve to live in, being Americans. But I digress. Let's continue with Pierce and Kanye.
Wasn't there was a sentence, of my tweet referring to all Jewish people. I said, for the sake of this conversation, I will refer to the business people who have destroyed me and my people and my fellow creatives. But you didn't even accept that I gave you that. You tried to push me back into 1960.
No, I
you
didn't.
tried to push me back into last week.
No, I didn't.
Okay, do you accept that example that I gave you?
I understand completely the example you gave me. I think all racism is wrong.
So I feel that we've grown.
I would like you to reflect.
I feel we've grown.
If
Do you feel we've grown?
If you've now changed what you wanted to say originally, my question for you is, do you now regret saying DEFCON 3 on Jewish people? Are you sorry you said that?
No.
I don't think it matters. You should be.
Absolutely not.
You should be.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, but yeah, you should be.
Absolutely not. Are the people, the Jewish businessmen that led me to that place, are they sorry for the way they've raped my
I don't know
people?
who you're talking about in particular, but I don't know why you keep having to say
And
they're
by the way,
Jewish.
you wouldn't-
What
you-
is the
but
fact
you would-
they're Jewish got to do with anything? Why do you keep
What
doing
do you mean? They're the Jewish businessmen that did that
They're
because
business
they are.
people.
That's what they did.
Why do you keep saying Jewish business people? Why do you keep using
Okay,
their religion, their
okay,
ethnicity? Why do
let
you
me
keep doing that?
Let me update it then. Okay, so I'll say this. Would it be, would I have grown into the box you want me to go on if I say to specify the business people that have raped my people that just so happen to be Jewish?
I think by doing what you've just done, I find that I'm not even Jewish and I find that offensive. Why do you keep having to do that? I don't think you get it at all. I don't think you understand the offense you're causing when you keep using their religious background, their ethnicity as a stick to beat them with. Why would you do that?
So what are you more concerned about? Getting the richest black man of all time to kowtow because it's not going to happen.
I don't want you to kowtow. You can do what the hell you like. You're a billionaire. You can do what the hell you want. I'm just saying to you that I don't think you quite understand when you talk about. Okay, can I finish?
It's not multi.
You're a multi-billionaire. Okay, well, congratulations. But that doesn't change the fact that when you insult the Jewish people and say you're going DEFCON 3 on the Jewish people, that is as racist as anything you say you've been through and any pain that you've experienced. It's the same thing. Racism is racism. And you know that, I think, don't you?
Yeah, obviously. That's why I said it.
So you said it knowing it's racist?
Yes. I fought fire with fire.
Okay.
I'm not here to get hosed down.
At least that's
It's a
honest.
different type of freedom fighter.
That's honest. All right. You were racist because you knew it was racist, but you decided to do that because people have been racist to you. Is that your position?
No, I'm not. First of all, I can't. What is the beginning? Read the whole tweet. I'm sure you have it in front of it. Somebody in your office has it. Get him a coffee in the Ye tweet.
What do you want to know? The whole tweet?
I want you to read it out loud, sir.
I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. The funny thing is I actually can't be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jew. Also, you guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who opposes your agenda. That was the exact tweet.
I like reading that whole thing. I can't be anti-Semite. I love Jewish people. I work with Jewish people. Yo, watch this. Watch this.
some of my best friends are Jewish.
Right. So you know how that
How
sounds.
many times have you heard that statement?
Of course. Of course.
Wait, have we ever heard that term before? But the funny thing is, they are. I work with Dove Charney that got kicked out of his company, out of American Apparel. I work with this guy every day. He's like my twin. He's one of my favorite people in the planet. And we work through that. And we talk through it. And he says, "Yay, why are you so mad?" And I'm like, this is why I'm mad. This contract right here, what's going to happen before I'm done, we're going to open up all of the music industry contracts, all of the publishing deals, all of the athlete deals, all of the acting deals, all of the mortgages, all of the deals.
But that's fine. But yeah, that's all fine.
Business people who we went at.
That's all fine. You can do all.
But
of
it
course
has
you
to
can do
start
that.
somewhere.
Of course you can do all that. And when you do that,
it has to start somewhere.
I hope you won't be judged as a black business person doing it all the time. That people don't phrase it all the time by the color of your skin, but by your business acumen. Isn't that what you would like? Isn't that what equality actually means?
Of course I'll be judged by that, because when people come into power.
Do you need 1,000 parts or just one? CNC machining or 3D
people get judged. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nobody that gets judged more than a straight white male. The straight white male has the least amount of a platform to even speak. A straight white male can't say, "My wife hurt me today," and because people will say, "Well, you're hurting women." A straight white male can't say, "Hey, a black employee didn't come in to work on time," because then people will say you're racist. A straight white male can't speak on a homosexual person because they'll say you're homophobic. And so I empathize with the position of the straight white male. And part of the reason why I empathize with that position is because I know that I'm headed to that position. And what position that is? Top power position.
Okay.
That's the top power position where you get all the rocks thrown. And that's the thing. I have friends, right, that will actually, that's the reason why I'm going to be a good leader someday, because I'm really empathetic. But I call black people out on their stuff. I call white people out on their stuff, because we're all people. We're actually only one species. And in order to, whether it's my friends texting me like, "Bro, you got to get in the gym. You're looking chubby in the photo." It's like we have to hold each other accountable to what's actually happening. And it's so much is based on you did that tweet wrong. So what I will say is, I feel that my words demand more sensitivity for the frequency that I'm operating at, and and the amount of people that I'm communicating to. And I take that responsibility right now. But I will also say everything happens for a reason, because if it had been perfectly worded in English, and because there's nothing whiter than English itself, right? I'm already not speaking in my mother tongue, right? So if I had perfectly worded it in the most sensitive way, then we wouldn't be here right now. Now we're opening up the conversation. I'm not allowed to say whether or not I'm running for office in 2024, but I'll tell you what, if the left, let's say the left would have never supported me anyway. And now I've got to call to attention, I am who you should support. The left did not allow Trump to be president. They treated him like he wasn't even the president. So even then he won, he was losing half of the American people every day, and it divided the country. What I'm saying, whoever goes into office, for British media, for American media, we must support our leaders and not just run this hyper negative. You know what I will? And black people hate when I apologize for this. When I see people like John Legend and Chrissy Teigen talk down on the president, I'm like, wow, that kind of sounds like me. That kind of sounds like the telethon. I opened up this level of disrespect towards our leaders, and people were happy. And the left saw that and say, well, let's just have every celebrity do what Ye did at the telethon. So I take responsibility for that moment. And you know what? I just want to give every Jewish person a big hug. Also, I'm envious of the Jewish people. I'm envious of how they don't abort their children. I'm envious of how they don't shoot each other in the streets and then rap about it. I'm envious of how their families stay together. I'm envious that they turn their phones off on Friday night and the family comes together. I'm envious of how they do the business together. And I want that for the darker Jews. I want that for the black people. I want that. We need that. God said we should remove the word want, right?
Okay.
We're going to have that.
Okay.
And this is the beginning of it.
But it seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that you are acknowledging, as you've just acknowledged that it was wrong to say what you said about President Bush when he said he doesn't care about black people, and that may have encouraged all this disrespect towards presidents since. I think it's an interesting point you made. It does seem to me, Ye, talking to you, that even if it's hard for you to admit this, that you do regret the wording of that tweet which caused all the problems, and you wouldn't phrase it that way again. Am I right?
I would tell my dad that. My dad loved the White Lives Matter t-shirt because what audacity does a black man have to wear the exact same t-shirt that a white man could wear? You know, and my dad was a Black Panther. I mean, we have a water purification center. You know, he's like the original Steve Jobs.
Right.
He's the educated version of me, right? And he liked both of those things, but he said, you know, Ye, he even calls me Ye now. He's like, Ye, you've got to be more sophisticated with your wording. And that wording, like I said, I'm a bit sleepy. And it lacked the sophistication needed to be the true conductor that I am, because it's the conductor's job to bring people together. And that was divisive,
Right.
which is not who I want to be.
Right. So
so I'll tell you that. I'm not looking. And also, let me
Well,
put
sounds
out
like you
right
agree.
now
So it sounds like you agree with
that
me. Do you agree with me then?
I want to talk. Okay, let me say that I'm just thinking right now. What's on my heart is the idea for people who do actually have severe mental health issues. You know, the word retarded. For, you know, there's parents that have children who actually are mentally ill, and that word is really offensive,
right,
to those people.
So why use it?
And just because I was feeling well, it's a couple reasons. Because people call me retarded, they treat me like I'm retarded, and so I embrace it. It's like you call somebody a so much, they say I'm. You call somebody a bitch so much, they say I'm a bitch. You call somebody a retarded so much, you say I'm retarded. Like, I was exhausted, and I embraced the idea of having a serious mental health issue. But Noah also, but Moses was basically on speed when he was doing what he did.
Let me ask you,
by the way,
look, out of interest,
Yeah.
how much sleep do you get a night?
I'm not here to talk about how much sleep I get. I don't owe
You've
that.
literally just been talking about
how much sleep do you get a night?
I had about
How much
5.5
sleep do you
hours
get a
last night, actually. Not very much. But you're the one that's raised this issue.
And I probably had the same.
Right. My question is
And
only
I probably
because
had the same, but
it's only because you've been talking about you don't believe you have a mental illness. You think it's lack of sleep. So I think it's an obvious question to ask, well, how much sleep do you get? Are you constantly sleep deprived? Is that one of the reasons, perhaps sometimes, as you say, you feel sleepy and you shoot from the hip verbally and you say stuff that maybe when you're rested, you wouldn't say it the same way? Would that be fair?
Tell me what's okay. No, it's not fair, because what's more important, the pain and the truth of what I'm talking about and what led me to that tweet, or the tweet itself?
I think both can be true.
Because
the problem you have is, I think you've
because you have
acknowleded
one tweet.
I think you've acknowledged
You
that
have
the
one
wording of the
tweet to, like,
tweet was
50
offensive.
years.
Yes, I understand, but you know the damage it caused, and I
understand that was offensive.
And I think that you have accepted.
The
You
damage
probably
it
shouldn't have
causes
phrased it that way.
You as a white person are so stuck on the idea that what I said was offensive, which is a very caring approach. You're not sticking on the fact. You have not unpacked what happened with those contracts. I've said that, but you didn't ask me another question about it. That means there's an agenda.
Absolutely not.
Inside of your platform.
I have repeatedly said to you that I'm sure I do not disbelieve that you've had contract business issues with various managers, accountants, and so on. My argument is that when you
Just
do it,
me
when
or other me's?
I'm sure many other artists in the
me's.
music business. Yeah, of course.
You're sure. You know why you're sure? Because you don't care to do the research because it doesn't affect you.
No, it's because you said.
Have you done any research?
No. Yeah, let me explain to you. I'm not doubting what you're saying.
You don't care.
I do care.
You don't care about me. You don't care about my people. I care about me. I care about my people. So it's for me to stand up. And God forbid I step on someone's toes while I'm at it.
It's not someone's toes. You stepped on the entire Jewish people's toes with a very deeply inflammatory tweet, which I think you've now accepted. You shouldn't have phrased that way. It's taken a bit of time to get there, but I think you have accepted that, right?
Have you accepted that you've put no effort into understanding how I got there? I don't
think, honestly,
10 years from now,
honestly, I don't think there is any.
You're going to apologize to me about this interview.
I'm not.
You're going to apologize to me about this interview within the next 10 years.
No, I'm not, because here's the thing.
Mark my words.
I don't doubt you've had.
It's very one-sided.
No, it's not.
It's very white-sided.
Oh, come on.
It's very one-sided. It's very like.
It's not white-sided. I'm not doubting you've had business issues. I'm saying the way to respond to that is not to go public to millions of people and say you're going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people.
Millions of people. Right. Millions of people have had DEFCON 3 on their contracts.
Right. You didn't say that. You didn't say that.
And said millions of people. Well, I opened it up. Now I didn't, but now I'm saying it now.
Okay. So now what I think you should say, I think you should say to the Jewish people, I'm sorry for the offensive language I used in that tweet. I wouldn't do that again. This is what I really meant. I think people would respect you if you said that. I don't know why you can't just say that.
You know when I'll say it? When I sit down with the people who write out the contracts for the NBA and for the NFL and for professional music and for acting contracts. We need to go to the top lawyers, the top execs, the owners of the stadiums, the owners of the football teams, and the owners of the record labels. And we're going to put them all in one room. And we're going to read let's go top 10 in each one of these categories, right? Let's read Michael B. Jordan's
contract. Why would any of that? Okay, but why would any of that? Why would any of that?
Bro, I ain't finished. I ain't finished my sentence.
Nothing you're saying has anything to do with regret.
Hey, boy.
Don't call me boy.
Don't finish. I told you. Oh, don't treat me like a boy then. I'm going to finish my sentence of my idea.
Nothing you're saying has got anything to do with the tweet.
Cool. Bro, I was in the middle of a sentence, boy. Okay, so are you going to allow me to finish my sentence?
Yes. If you then answer my question.
Okay, so I'm going to tell people when I would apologize for the tweet. This is what has to happen first. I need all of the top executives in Hollywood. I need the top executives at the NBA and at the NFL. We'll do those two sports specifically. And I want the top executives in music, dealing with publishing, dealing with like Spotify and Apple Music and Universal Music and all the top exec. Let's do like 5 top execs there. And I want to look at the top 10 earners in each one of those fields' contracts openly. We want to compare and contrast the contracts. And then once we open that conversation, and we need to do it on a platform live with lawyers asking questions, and we'll have the top lawyers like a Johnny Cochran, Robert Kardashian level legal team, looking at all of these contracts together. After that moment happens, then I will say, I'm sorry.
Okay, if that's your position.
That's clear. Interview adjourned. Love you.
Mark and Catherine and the entire Shared Humanity Project means so much to me. I met Mark and I mentioned to him that I wanted to start my nonprofit organization. So
now this is the point where, as you can see, he gets up and walks out, right? He wasn't having it. Kanye wasn't having it. And I don't know how much money Pierce offered him to come back, but he did come back. So we're going to see the rest of the interview after he came back now. But you can see the attitude. You can see that Pierce Morgan is trying to manipulate Kanye into apologizing. It's not really about respecting anything Kanye has to say or even respecting Kanye himself as a man or as a human being.
Okay, that's the end of the interview. I mean, I just get the feeling from you that you're obviously a complex character, brilliant in many ways, fascinating, like I say, compelling. You have a huge appeal to millions of people around the world. It just seems to me that occasionally your mouth gets you into trouble, and that perhaps on reflection, sometimes you look back and wish you hadn't said things. Is that accurate?
Nah, not really. Because the things I say are on behalf of God. Like, it's not always godly because I'm a man, but God is definitely using me. You're Catholic faith?
I am.
What's
Yes,
your background?
I am
What's your
Catholic.
religious?
Catholic, yeah.
Well, we're working for God here, and it's just like with Black people now with entertainment, we're coming into wealth, but all the other, Black people with anywhere near my amount of wealth would never cross the lines of, taboos inside of the media that I would, that actually we used to in rap. All these words, we used to say these. So it's all these like words that are being removed from our vocabulary, words that evoke emotion. Don't you feel like the salt is being taken out of our food? Look at Dune. The people who control the salt controlled all the money, and people are trying to control the salt, and it's salt in our language. That's why I will not apologize for having a bit of salt in my words. I will say, hey, this can be improved on, but it's like, hey, look, I'm an update. You're looking at the God's iPhone 100. We are God's iPhone, right? If you think about it, we're his favorite creation. We were made in his image, and we need updates. And society, capitalism, media, and thought police have been stopping us from our updates. We have to have a thought, and then we have to actualize it. I like the word actualize better than execute, because execute's a negative word. We discussed this. We have to actualize. There's so many, think about, for a homosexual kid, age 12 at school, not wanting to say out loud how he felt, or feeling like if he said how he felt, he would get bullied. Or what if he said how he felt, and then somebody said, you said the way you felt, and what your experience was in the wrong way. Now you need to apologize. We're fine that you felt that way, but you need to apologize for the way you said it. But just having the courage to do it in the first place would be, that's the thing that needs to be given credit. Like, yeah, you know what? We'll say in these past 2 weeks, I made a big splash, because the first time you dive in the deep end, you're not going to look like an Olympic swimmer, but we're going to have to learn how to swim. And I've dived in the deep end.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. Let me ask you about your family. Yeah, lots of speculation, of course, constantly.
If you understand what I'm saying, could you translate what I'm saying?
Yes.
I want you to translate what I said.
I know what.
And then let's move on to the next question.
Okay. Let me attempt to translate.
What did I mean by that?
I think what she meant was that you are not afraid to ruffle feathers. You're not afraid to cause trouble where you feel it's justified. You're not afraid to call people out who you think deserve to be called out. But then occasionally, you've expressed yourself in a way that perhaps hasn't quite hit the right mark, and that you are work in progress, as indeed we all are, and that you could phrase things better, which would cause less offense to a wider number of people, when in fact the target of your anger may be much more specific. That would be my interpretation of what you've just said.
Do you think that we can move forward as a civilization without there being any offense? Because one person's truth can be the other person's lie.
I think it entirely depends.
It's like,
I think it entirely depends. Honestly, part of me wants to say yes to that. But I do think there is a line, and we should all be mindful of the line. And the line to me is I don't think any form of racism or perceived racism should ever be tolerated. I don't think that is free speech. It's just hate speech. And I think one of the problems with what you said about the Jewish people was the more generic way that you phrased that sentence. People didn't understand you were talking about specific business people you'd had a problem with. They thought you genuinely meant you were going DEFCON 3 on all Jewish people. And they took that to be a blatant form of anti-Semitism. I think you've explained in this interview that was not your intention at all, which is good. But I think if you're asking me to interpret what you've just said yourself, that would be my interpretation. That, you know, you're work in progress, and sometimes you say stuff.
I didn't just
which
explain.
doesn't quite get over what you're really meaning.
But what I really mean is, I don't want it to be settled. I don't want to be forgiven by Jewish people until we get to what the problem really is. I don't want, you know, like Elon, he got on Twitter, he said, I talked to Ye, he took it to heart. And I liked my boy standing up for me, but I was like, but the fight isn't done though. Everybody, white media, left media, they just want to squash the fight. They want to keep the pain of George Floyd going, right? But they don't want the pain of our representatives.
What did Elon Musk say to you about the tweet, out of interest?
Dispense supplements virtually on one platform.
It's vague to me right now.
Now, I think this is a very important part to stop and pay attention to, because if you notice, whether you appreciate the fact that Kanye is on a stream of consciousness and that he goes off in his own direction when he's talking, the man is still nevertheless talking. And if you are interested in what he has to say, then you listen to him until he finishes saying what he has to say. The way Piers Morgan cuts him off and the way he just goes on to some other subject like that is very dismissive, very disrespectful, and very, very much disregarding his humanity. He's actually acting out the very things that Ye is complaining about, and I suspect that he's trying to goad Kanye into an emotional response. And so, yeah, this is very interesting to see, and it's very interesting to see Ye's response. And please just understand that, you know, Ye has every right to be getting angry and calling him boy, because the way Pierce is behaving toward him is very disrespectful, very, very disrespectful. He's not even considering anything he's saying. He's just saying, okay, well, if you're not giving me the soundbite that I want, then I'm just going to ignore everything you're saying, make it obvious that I'm not even fucking listening to what you're saying. Ignore everything you're saying, and then just ask some totally fucking unrelated question and just say, oh, out of interest. So in other words, fuck you, fuck what you had to say. You're just a nigga. Fuck that dumb shit. And a white man has a question because a white man has a curiosity and shit. And that's much more important than every fucking thing you just said. You just wasted your fucking breath saying to me over 5 or 6 or 8 sentences ago, over the past 5, 6 or 8 sentences.
I don't want to misquote him.
What was the general?
It's vague to me.
What was the general point of what he was saying?
It's vague to me. It's truly vague to me. I'm an honest person. I tell you what it was. What I keep on saying, it's just always about this.
I want to know what the white man had to say.
If you look back at this interview, and it's like a direction arrow, it's more in the direction of fixing the statement than fixing the problem.
I think both.
That's my problem.
I understand, but I would say to that I think they're two different things, and you can fix both actually. And I accept that part of what you were trying to do and the point you were trying to make, I completely understand it because you've explained it in more detail. On Elon Musk, there is a suggestion that when he gets control of Twitter, which seems likely now, that he will bring you back. He'll bring Donald Trump back. Do you think that would be right?
It'll be lit.
Do you think it's wrong that you and Trump have been banned from these platforms?
Absolutely. I was talking to Trump a couple of days ago, and he was like, I'm not going to do his voice, right? But he was saying, I had 277 million followers, and the next day I had nothing. And that related to, Mark Zuckerberg, Meta. Mark Zuckerberg thinks he is the government. These tech companies feel they're more powerful than the US government, to the point of actually kicking the actual president of the United States off of an American social media platform. This is the world we live in.
And I would say, I agree with you, and I'll tell you why. I think it's completely inconsistent that companies like Facebook and Twitter allow people like the Ayatollah of Iran, for example, to remain on the platform, or Taliban people to be on the platform, but they don't allow an American president. That seems to me completely ludicrous.
Yes, and this is part of the 100-year plan that they have books on about, China's takeover of America after losing the Industrial Revolution. Now, let's talk about business people. We won't refer to their race. And by the way, I'll tell you, as a Jew person, a person that has a lot of Jewish friends, it's not a race, it's a people.
Right.
And every Jewish homeboy I know is gonna be like, yo, yeah, that's right. So but it's hard to it's hard to influence patriotism on capitalists. And it's a responsibility for us as Americans to retake our power in media, to retake our power in our schools, to retake our power in our farms, to retake our power in our medicine, in our hospitals, to revitalize the country, because America invented rock and roll at the end of the day. We have the inventions. America created Apple. You understand? Like, we created the platforms that the world runs on now, and we've allowed the business people in these companies to sell us, and whatever the term is, sell them in a handbag, whatever it is, for cheap. And Americans are God-fearing, for the most part, God-fearing Christian people, and we're not cheap, and we can't be sold for cheap. And we're here to stand up and say, you got to honor who we are, our families. You got to honor our God, Jesus Christ. So, next subject.
Can I ask you something? Let me ask you something else. Yeah, I want to ask you about your family.
Yeah.
Because you mentioned families there. A lot of stuff has been written about you and your family. A lot of it fueled by you, by Kim, by others. Where are things now with your family? What is your relationship like with Kim, with your kids?
Kim has Zionist media handlers surrounding her, all in and out her Hulu TV show, all in and out her family, all in or out the house that I created for my family. But God is alive. The devil is a defeated foe, and Kim is a Christian woman, and she's not here just to have content up on adult channels. She's not here just to have that last Interview magazine cover. If you look at the two Interview magazine covers, look at the one when I was there and look at the one when I'm not there. And that's the reason why this Tuskegee experiment of such that's happened to the Black community, where they took the fathers out of the home and the leaders out of the community and have torn apart the community. Now they've seen that's worked, and they're doing that to America. They're attempting, they're trying.
I mean, that
It's
interview,
not gonna work on our dime,
the
though,
Interview
because
magazine cover you're talking about, I think, is the one where she was basically semi-naked in front of the American flag. And I thought that was pretty distasteful, actually. It was about the American dream. And I thought, well, if that's the American dream, we're all screwed. I mean, in America.
And I agree with that. And I didn't feel the platform to voice my opinion because it's always like, hey, this is your kid's mother. But it's time with the leaders. Like, I'm still the priest of that home, Chris. I'm still the priest of that home. They want to make it this matriarch society, all that, and but I am the priest of this home, and God is alive. I am the living Robert Kardashian, and I'm going to stand up for what God would want as a Christian. And then people say as a Christian, oh, you're not supposed to curse. You're not supposed to have righteous indignation. But I do. Christians had swords also. Christians got guns. I tell you that. So
but do you talk to Kim?
What I
mean,
believe in.
There have been reports, that you and Kim don't really talk at the moment. She's distancing herself from you because of the stuff you've been saying must get in controversy. Is that true?
I mean, John Legend is distancing himself from me and buying more Christmas sweaters in the middle of spring also. So I'm not saying that, they're making the right decisions. She's being influenced, but I guarantee you what's not finna happen. We're not finna see her in one of them John Legend Christmas sweaters no time soon.
But do you talk to her? Are you still in touch with each other?
Wait, so don't you think it's like funny to like make a joke out of stuff sometimes? Don't you think like God has a sense of humor?
Of course.
But watch this. God, when I got married, I bought this house. I I did this tour and spent all the money I had on this house to like surprise Kim and give her this house that she wanted, that Lisa Marie Presley used to own. And then I got the house, and then I put all this money into renovation. And then there goes the neighborhood. Drake moves down the street 5 blocks. And that's when I knew God was funny. But watch, this is where God is even funnier. Here goes like Louis C.K. part 2 level, because Louis C.K. is the funniest man alive. Uncancel him now, right? So and he was funnier before he's canceled because all he would do is type of jokes that you get canceled on, right? So I got an office and, outside of Crenshaw, like in an opportunity zone. And this office, 57,000 square foot office, is the one that Tucker Carlson came to visit me at. And I look out the window, and whose office is being built, a brand new one? The Skims office. It's like, who's writing this stuff? You know what I'm saying? Like, God is funny. So that's the thing. We always got to be like, we got to be funny. We got to have a sense of humor. Like,
But let me ask you.
There's a lot. Yeah.
But are you sad that you're getting divorced? Are you sad the relationship came to an end?
Imagine if manufacturing automation was simple. Introducing Vention. One platform to design, automate, order, and deploy manufacturing equipment in days.
That happened 2 years. We got divorced 2 years.
Now, this is another important point to stop, because Kanye showing his bewilderment at this question, or this line of questions, is very apropos, because there was no segue from what Ye was talking about, what he was talking about, to the whole, do you regret being divorced? So basically, understand the position from which Piers Morgan is speaking. Piers Morgan is basically speaking on behalf of, quote unquote, the white world. And basically, he's saying, you don't get to have your white wife. Don't you miss her? Don't you miss her? In other words, you're a little nigga and you think with your dick. And so, if I can't make you apologize with your money, then I'll make you apologize with your dick. So let's start talking about your wife. Let's start talking about whatever I got to say to make this little monkey dance the way I want him to dance.
Divorce.
Yeah. I mean, let me rephrase that. Are you sad that you're no longer together, that you're divorced?
We'll always be together. She dresses exactly like me. What do you mean? Like, my kids are me. There's no person that she'll ever get with that will influence her more than God and then her priest on earth, which is me. you know, whether it's the Skims clothing line, the designers, the architects, all those people. You got the Clintons, the left, utilizing what we built together to try to use her as an influence for the Black culture and the word culture in general for the next elections. They need those 300 million followers from Kylie and Kim on their side going into their election as they push trauma culture to the Black people again, as they claim anything, any of my questions of business dealings to be anti-Semitic comments, and push, you know, Kim to, you know, as a billionaire mother of a lawyer and a mother of 4 Jew Black children, to do covers like Interview. And that's what happens when they take the dads out the home. And that's what they've been doing in the hood. They take the fathers and the leaders out of the homes. And if we keep on allowing this to happen and we don't have some level of a decency clause inside of our media on what everyone sees, like when I was young and I would go to the video store, if I wanted to go into the adult section, it was a curtain, it was a person sitting there watching, making sure that kids didn't go in. If the kids went into that section, there was a video camera and they would have you be escorted out of that section. Now that section is forced through TikTok. That section is subverted and kind of mixed with the drink inside of music directed at children, inside of content through Disney, on Hulu, which is Disney also, and in so many branded commercials to confuse children and to sexualize our children way too early before they can even make their own decisions about their life.
You make some very interesting points. Again, just to clarify one thing, though, you are actually divorced, are you? Because my understanding was that you weren't actually divorced yet.
You know, I ask God the same question some mornings. Am I divorced, God? am I divorced? Because I might be divorced on paper, but I'm not divorced of the idea of being the protector of not only this person who is so influential. Imagine Kim making all of her decisions that she does publicly. You know, grown folks' business is grown folks' business. Never know what could happen with a little sippy or whatever.
I'm sorry, I gotta stop it again here. Now you see, this is the same bullshit. Because everything that Kanye said, everything that Ye said was pretty fucking relevant. When he's talking about the effect on society, the sexualization of children, this is very important issues. But look at how he dismissed it with one little terse quip. Oh, you make some good points. Back to your dick. Doesn't your dick miss that big booty white girl? This is so ridiculous.
But, you know, all the decisions that she makes publicly being based on an audience of one. And Pierce, what audience do you think I'm saying that is?
Well, you.
No, not me. For us as Christians, right? Who is our audience? We have an audience of one.
Well, you mean God?
God. So picture this world, envision this world. Here's another one. This is past what I'm saying about having the heads of the football teams and the basketball teams and the music industry opening up their contracts the way I do, right? Picture the most influential woman on the planet, which is Kim Kardashian, right? And I got this one thing I want to definitely say in the interview. Picture the most influential person on the planet, the most influential woman on the planet, performing in public only for that audience of one, for God. Imagine the overwhelmingly positive effect that will have on the planet. And mark these words, it will happen someday.
Okay.
And I had this, like, you know, of course I'm divorced, and this is like a funny thing I thought. Being that her name is no longer West and my name is no longer Ye, if there was ever, being that her name is no longer West and my name is now only Ye, if we were ever to be together again, what would our name be? Kim Ye.
Would you like that?
Everything is up to God. And God has proven to me many times that it's not about what I want or what I would like. It's just up to him on what he sees fit.
But
David had to.
But let me ask you. I mean, yeah, but do you still love
to the
Kim?
sheep? Sorry, not with an S.
Do you still love Kim?
I absolutely love. I'll love her for life. And I will protect. Oddly enough, I'll actually protect her, because when I call out things that I feel are wrong, you know what I'm saying? When I make products, like say the difference between me and Bernard Arnault, like say, watch Elon Musk. Every product. The reason why Elon Musk is like a Steve Jobs is, if he makes a flamethrower, he would use that flamethrower. If he makes a Cybertruck, he would use that Cybertruck. Me, if I make some 3D printed boots, I'm gonna have the 3D printed boots on.
Wow,
and
I love
wear them
those.
every day.
Can I get a pair of those?
Absolutely, sir.
They would
Tucker
really
liked
suit
them
me.
also. These boots are a hit.
Love those.
Yes.
They're fantastic.
Yeah.
Would you like to one
you
day?
very much, sir.
Do you think, given that you've got all these kids together, would you like one day to get back with Kim? Do you think? Do you feel like you've gone through a very tumultuous period, but that actually the love underneath it all between two people remains? And would you like to get back together?
Those thirst traps still be fire.
Is that
Do
a
you
yes?
understand what I said? Do you understand that language
I
right
think so.
there?
I think
That
so.
language?
You better explain it. Explain it to me.
What do you think those thirst traps still be fire means? Can you explain that to me?
Well, with my
Pierce?
rather
Explain
creative British
what
mind,
those thirst traps still be fire.
I would imagine it
With your
means that
creative, brilliant British man.
I would imagine it means you still fancy your ex-wife. Is that right?
I would prefer to not be put on this. I would prefer to not be put on the spot on these kind of questions. What I could say is, God is alive, and He places people. He placed David in. To tend to God had David tend to the sheep, knowing that one day he would prepare him to fight Goliath. So I believe that day of me fighting Goliath has been this past 2 weeks. The media is Goliath. And there would be no chance of having a civilization or civil democracy in America without me challenging the media 2 years out from the election. Because this thing that I'm challenging may be setting myself up to one day be able to be president, or it's maybe for the other president. But regardless, we have to have some decency in America as the thought leaders in the content that we put out.
But
And that's how
but on
God
that point,
is
on that
using
point,
me
yeah,
now.
on that point,
Yeah.
you keep talking about the media as if somehow it's the media that's created all this furore in the last 2 weeks. But you have said other things which, in my opinion, the media couldn't ignore. You suggested in your interview with Tucker Carlson that Gap, for example, the clothing wear company, had prior knowledge of the Uvalde shooting, which is obviously completely insane. Why would you say that? And then why would you be surprised if the media then react to it? They're bound to.
What I'm saying is that was worded.
Over the past 6 months, we have been investigating as well as exposing the truth behind all of these food processing plants that have been catching on fire and burning to the ground, the Dutch farmers in the Netherlands protesting against their government, how the people in Sri Lanka nearly starved to death because of a ban on synthetic fertilizers, the push towards having people eat food made out of bugs, and of course, how the price of food on our supermarket store shelves have been going up by double digits. And you know what? With all these problems, and with even our own politicians here in America using words like food shortages to describe what's potentially on the horizon, well, it might not be a stretch to assume that trouble is looming in the near future. And so the time to prepare is now. Click on that button below this video and claim your free 70-page Food Crisis Special Edition magazine that's filled with content that you absolutely need to get a handle on what's happening, as well as to prepare for the future. This magazine quite literally covers almost everything, such as how Agenda 2030, being pushed by the United Nations, is likely behind a lot of the global regulatory attacks on farmers, how the Chinese Communist Party is involved in all this, as well as concrete tips and tricks on how to prep for any possible disasters, what food items you absolutely must be saving, how to properly store them, how to start a garden at home, and so on. There's a ton of great information in here. And so click on that button below this video and get the 70-page special edition for free when you try the Epic Times. Because while the special edition can help you connect the dots behind what's happening thus far, the Epic Times can be your window into what's happening in this world in real time. That's because we have teams here in America and around the world reporting on the true situation regarding the looming food crisis, things that for one reason or another, the legacy media outlets choose to ignore. So click on that button below this video, claim your Food Crisis Special Edition, try the Epic Times, and stay truly informed.
The first time you made a sale online was also the first time you heard of a town named
Dinosaur. We just got an order from Dinosaur, Colorado.
Start an
Sorry for
That
letting
might
that
have
person
been
play.
worded in a way that the media could take in the wrong way. But I thought it was really interesting the amount of people at Gap. We had a release that was happening, and the amount of people at Gap that were rallying around this as a media moment. If they didn't know about that, where there's theories, you can't say that the theories about 9/11 are completely insane.
Actually,
You know, that's just the person I am. I'm that kind of person.
Well, look, you're perfectly entitled to have theories. I think most of them are completely insane.
there's-
But on
there's
this specific one,
Okay,
on Uvalde, you even suggested that Matthew
you can't
McConaughey.
write- go ahead.
You even suggested that Matthew McConaughey may have. It was all a bit weird that he was speaking so early about it, when in fact he came from Uvalde and spoke very passionately after this atrocity. So I think people read these comments and like, what are you talking about?
No, okay, so I'm not. What I'm saying is, I definitely feel there was a major media push around that to create trauma and fear culture, because the amount of people, and this is not to be in any way, I care about people who have passed away and have lost loved ones.
20 kids were
very
shot dead
deeply.
in a
Let me
classroom.
okay.
20
Yeah.
children were shot dead
Right.
at school.
So let me explain.
No one
Okay.
in the media is putting
And how many?
any sort of trauma into that. That is the trauma.
Okay, Pierce, how often does that happen in my hometown?
Well, the
Every
20
week.
kids are killed
And
in
why?
school in one mass shooting. As far as I'm aware, it's never happened in your hometown, has it?
Yeah, it does.
No,
At
not-
least
not in
14
one mass
kids
shooting.
are killed in Chicago. I didn't finish.
Okay.
Let's not do this again.
Okay.
We reviewed
I
how that
understand.
goes.
You could talk.
At least 14 kids are killed in Chicago every week, and there's no media push around it. And that's my issue. When I was at Gap, there was no media push around the killings in Chicago.
But I would
And let
agree.
me
So
explain
look, yeah,
something.
I agree with you. I completely agree. My youngest son has recently been at University of Chicago every year, and there were 2 students shot in that time. I completely agree that there is never enough attention given to all the slaughter from gun violence in Chicago. Completely agree with you. What I can't agree with is any suggestion by you that anyone at Gap or Matthew McConaughey or anybody else had any prior knowledge of what happened at Uvalde. Of course they didn't.
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying they did, but with the amount of attention that went, understand, I was jealous. Once again, you feel me? I'm jealous that so much attention went in this direction, but doesn't go into the direction of Chicago when
Then
the
say
same
that.
thing
Say
and the
that,
same
Ye.
amount of people.
That's what you should say.
I'm not
Again,
finished.
Yeah, but it comes down to the way you phrase these
bro.
things.
Bro, hey, I just said it.
Yes.
Like I just said, you're not always going to say the things the right way, but at least I have the bravery to open the conversation. Your first sentence isn't your last sentence. My first rap that I told wasn't my last rap that I told. And now that's the whole point. It's said. Once it's said, accept that it was said. I am the iPhone 20, right? I'm growing. I'm a hybrid. I'm updating.
Okay.
I'm constantly updating, and that's what we're supposed to do. You can't drag me back because you enjoy that, right? When you bring it up, I'm saying, hey, this is what I'm saying. I felt, think about this. Have you ever heard the term premeditated murder?
Yes.
I feel like the George Floyd was a premeditated murder. That's my feeling based off of, and we never got to that in the beginning, but that's my feeling based off of the information I saw in the documentary.
I think it was a premeditated murder in the sense that
murder.
I agree, but not for the reason you think. I think it was premeditated in the sense that policeman didn't give a damn about George Floyd's life, stuck his knee on his neck for 8 minutes and killed him. So I know we don't agree about that. I don't want to go back over that. I want to ask you, yeah, about something different.
I think the policeman was involved with it too, but not in the way that you think about it.
Right.
I think he was involved in a different way.
I think we'll have to.
I think he was also part of the setup.
Okay. Look, we're not going to agree about that, but
he's been moved. He's been moved, and I need you to watch the documentary, and we could talk offline and then talk online again.
Okay.
Because what's not fair is for a white martyr like JFK to be analyzed 100 different ways, but then for a black martyr like George Floyd, for us to only accept the one way. That's like us only accepting the one way for the black vote.
Like I said
we have the opportunity to look at it different ways.
Like I said to you, you are completely entitled to challenge anything, frankly. And I'm equally entitled to come back to you and say what I think. That's what a democracy is about. Let me ask you I want to ask you one thing about your.
But look, no, I got.
Okay. I don't want to keep going back to that same issue.
The disparagement right there.
Yeah.
But look at the disparagement, because I still had an idea. I don't like the word point. I had an idea that you didn't embrace right there. The martyr JFK, we analyze his death 100 different ways, right? But with George Floyd, he died that way. And then it's white people telling super brilliant, successful black people, you have the right. It's literally like on some Black Lives Matter, like your life matters, like, oh, your idea matters, but then shut up and we're not going to go back to it. No, we're going to unfold it. I need you to watch that documentary, and I want us to talk line by line. I want to do, because look, I think that we're a good conversation. And now within the next 2 years, we need to talk a lot of times. Right?
I would love to do that.
This kind of thing.
Honestly,
we should unpack.
Listen, let me say to you, I've wanted to interview you for years.
Yeah.
I genuinely mean it when I say I think you're one of the most brilliant, talented people that I've seen in the public sphere. And you have a lot of fascinating ideas, and you're incredibly creative, and you're completely entitled to your views. But I'm entitled to mine, and I think we've had some really interesting exchanges, actually. I want to just talk to you quickly before we finish about your kids and about you as a father. What kind of kids do you want them to be? What kind of values do you want to instill in your children?
I want my kids to finish their education. I know that my album was called The College Dropout, but when I look at the way, just like you said, your kids are in the University of Chicago, we need the education. That's another thing to be jealous about. The Muslims have the Quran, right? And Jewish people also have their holy books, but they have the education. And once we have the education, and we have the strong black minds, we need to pull them together. There hasn't been end-to-end black-owned communities since Black Wall Street or since the gentrification of Harlem. Like I have this tech company called STEM, right, that had the most successful launch in tech history with 80,000 STEM players as far as a first launch, right? We sold 80,000 STEM players back in February, and we went off the Apple platform. And now we're coming with the next generation that has a projector in it. And it's coming with 4,096 movies. I did that because my Amiga computer had 4,096 colors when I was in 7th grade. And also you can download films without having to use an Apple product. So I called this guy, and we're working on finishing up elements of the deal. And he's using emotional bullying, and like his shoulders are down, you could tell on the call. And he says, well, because of your comments, we're not going to be able to hire people. It's the people that we need. And I said, well, how many people do we have working for us? He said 60, and we have 40 part-time. I said, well, how many Jewish people do we have? He said, well, I don't know. We have some. And I said, well, do we have Black people working for it? He said, yeah. I said, how many? He said, 2. And I said, you're telling me we can't find 60 Black engineers? Well, yeah. And see, that's where that comment that got me into so much trouble forced me to look at myself as the richest Black man since Mansa Musa, right? With multiple tech companies. And where am I kicking the tires inside of my own company to ensure that I'm hiring my people? Because Chinese people hire Chinese people, and Jewish people hire Jewish people, and Catholics hire Catholics, right? But with Blacks, we'll give our company to Bernard Arnault. We'll give our company to Mark Zuckerberg. We'll give our company away. And it would almost come off as anti-Semitic if I hadn't crossed that gun line so far to say, hey, I have to go and ensure that I'm hiring the brightest Black minds to my Black-owned tech company. You know, Kamala is our never again. We're never gonna just hand something over just because we like the way this person looks, and we have the emotional connection because she was a Delta and my mom was a Delta. She got 96% of the Black female vote. You would have thought Drake was running, and we haven't seen her really honestly since. And I want to say something about the left. The left, you guys got to sit with me. Your current administration that these guys put up, they shit the pot on this one. They should have got Bernie, but Bernie had too much of a conscience. And so you got a guy with no conscience. Instead of getting Bernie Sanders, you guys got Weekend at Bernie's. And and you know that you don't like where we're at right now. So we got to have a conversation going in.
When you listen,
on how to
I won't disagree with you about. I don't disagree with you about President Biden or Kamala Harris, for that matter. Let me ask you about someone we haven't mentioned, Vladimir Putin, and what he's been doing in Ukraine. What is your view of that?
I do not believe in war, and I believe that there is ways that America could have avoided this war. But Biden has money. Biden has reasons for us to be at war right now for selfish reasons. And what I would like to do, without giving you too much information, I would like to speak with my political advisors to give you the exact information. I'm not gonna, hey, watch this one, Pierce. I'm not gonna shoot from the hip on this one, especially talking about war and things as sensitive as Ukraine and the Russian war. No, we already got that the RETARD comment earlier that maybe we could work on that I feel like is going to be massively offensive, and I really do. Now that one, I do apologize to people that I offended earlier in the interview on that comment. Maybe we could look at scrubbing that if we deem.
Well, actually,
like to.
I would say this: it's an uncensored interview. You said something which you've now wished you hadn't said, and you've apologized. I actually think that says a lot about you, right? That shows you've got that ability to be self-aware, to understand when you cross a line. I think someone like you, with all your energy and creativity and your passion, you're going to say stuff. The way that you talk constantly and in such an extraordinary manner, you're going to trip up. You're going to say things the wrong way. I don't think there's anything wrong in when you do that, doing what you just did and saying, look, I'm sorry, I crossed a line, I apologize. It's actually quite empowering.
You know what I think? You know what I think I'll go ahead and do? I feel that I've given the platform, and I think by holding the idea of an apology hostage is not godlike.
Correct.
I feel like we have to free. Yeah, you know, and I think that's the point that you've been making. And because we sat down and had this conversation, you know,
Those pictures of your son change people's lives.
I will say I'm sorry for the people that are hurt with the DEF CON, the confusion that I call. I feel like I cause hurt and confusion. And I'm sorry for the families of the people that had nothing to do with the trauma that I had been through, and that I use my platform where you say hurt people. And I was hurt. I was frustrated. I was frustrated that Gap hadn't opened stores. I was frustrated that I spent time with a gentleman who I love him, his wife, his kids, David Simon, and to open stores. And then he called Bob Martin at Gap and said, I'm not going to open the stores. And I've just been frustrated. I just want to open my widow stores. And I want to say that it's wrong to hold an apology hostage. And I got to let go of that and free myself of the trauma and say, look, I'm just going to give it all up to God right now and say to those families that are hurt, you know, I really want to give you guys a big hug. And I want to, I say, I'm sorry for hurting you with my comments. And I want to word it in not in like a political way, but in a presidential way, which means what I knew a president to be when I was growing up, in a sincere way. You know how people give those kind of, I want to give an apology, and you're like, but did you? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, no, it has to be, I want to go to every person's grandmother and grandfather and every person's son and daughter, aunt and uncle, and give them a hug and say, you know what? I've been hurt. And I do want you to talk to your boys. I do want you to talk to the people that are in power, the people who do own the Black voice, the people who do own the Black vote, which a lot of Jewish business people do. And I want to be able to sit at the table with the contracts. I want my people to sit at the table with the contracts. I do want all of this, but I'm not going to hold my apology hostage till I get that. I'm going to start by taking accountability for my actions and the lack of sophistication in my wording. Like I said, I was sleepy, and it was taken in a way that I didn't mean to be taken. It definitely caused some attention. But I don't want the conversation to go away just because I came to you guys and said, you know, I understand how I hurt you, and I'm sorry for the pain that I've caused and the confusion that I caused. Now, that is said, right? But I don't want the conversation to go away, that we are still in a place where these contracts are still up. My people are still getting screwed. This has to be opened up. And I'm not asking for a promise, but it would be a beautiful world as I release the pain that I've caused and the pain that I have in me, that grudge that I was holding, that you guys, some of you guys, 1, 2 of you guys step up and say, let's look at these contracts. Let's make it not be a known fact that the music industry is treacherous. Let's make because some of my kids do music. You know, I don't want them to step into a treacherous place. I want it to be better for them than it was for me. So I want us to sit down and come together and really work on that. Would that make sense to you, Pierce?
You know what, Ye? If you'd simply said that in your tweet, I don't think there would have been any problem. And I'm very, very pleased, actually, that we've got to a place where you felt able to say that. And I think it was sincere. And
but we still have a problem. That's my point.
No,
Pierce.
I get it. I get it. But what you've now done, you've now explained the context of the problem. And you also issued a sincere apology to people who were rightly offended by the way you phrased what you said. So I think that's a good place to finish the interview. And I'm very glad you got there.
Okay, but it's not finished.
I understand.
The idea is not finished.
I understand.
That there's still a problem.
I understand. No one's going to be in any doubt there's a problem. And by the way, I'm sure there is. I'm sure that a lot of the contracts in the music business are rigged against people like artists like yourself. I'm sure of it. I mean, it's always been the case from Elvis onwards. So I get
Pierce,
it.
Would you help me and my people? Would you help me and my athletes? I got so many athletes that go to my school that are like all the guys that are on Donda are headed to the NBA, right? Could you help me? Could you help us make these contracts better for our people by calling attention, by just allowing me on your platform, right? And let's look at some of the things and point these things out. Could we work together on that over the next couple of years?
Very happy to do that.
Yeah.
Very happy to do that. I think we should talk more often.
All right.
It's taken a long time to get here. I've thoroughly enjoyed our conversation. It's been 2 hours. It's been free rolling. It's been occasionally challenging, but we've got to a place where I think is a good place, and I've really enjoyed it. So thank you very much indeed, Ye, for sparing me the time.
Yeah. You know, I'm gonna feel like I lost my stone I was holding.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I had to give it up to God. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
You know, you're gonna be bragging. You're gonna be bragging at dinner tonight, like, yo, I talked to Ye. No one could do it. No one could do it. I did it. And you know, I'm giving you this, and I'm gonna pray that you, as a fellow believer in Christ, will help me to expose all the wrong that's still currently happening to my people, specifically in the entertainment industry, because
honestly, I'm very happy.
To start with.
I'm very happy to hold anyone to account who is behaving improperly, honestly. And I'm absolutely certain that entertainment business is riddled with people who try it on and exploit people. And I would be very happy to help you to expose that. But for now, I've got to leave it. Ye, we've had 2 hours. It's been remarkable. Thank you very much for your time.
Peace.
All right, so that was that. Let's enough of that. We're gonna take this Ye out of here, and there's another stream that I would like to share with. Okay, which is Lex Friedman. And hi, Peggy Royster. How are you? And Lex Friedman's podcast was a little bit more direct. I think Lex is a little bit more respectful than this other dweeb. But I also have some challenges for what Lex had to say. So I'm going to share the Lex Friedman interview. Fair use, fair use, fair use, everyone. Remember that. And I'll see what you guys think about it. You know, he was kind of really offended at the things that Kanye was saying, not so much seeking an apology, but basically just being a man about it and saying where he disagreed. Thanks for watching, Peggy. I really appreciate it. You're welcome to join the conversation. Click on the StreamYard, cam up, and watch these with me. I'd appreciate hearing your comments.
Ye, the legendary artist, producer, and designer formerly known as Kanye West, on this, the Lex Friedman podcast.
Fair use.
Based off of our connection and just you being a friend, I need to show you my 2 tech companies and get your perspective on it. Because now I have friends that can give a perspective. Like when I would work on albums, I had other friends that worked on albums and they would give me their perspectives on it.
You want to do this?
We are doing it. This is part of it.
This is part of it?
Absolutely.
All right, beautiful.
Oh, well, I wanted to finish. The thing is, okay, you're going to ask me different questions, but I'm about growing and building and bringing the idea to life. So when I see you, I say, oh, this guy understands how to hire engineers. Where I'm coming from Hollywood, coming from press, coming from media, all of the guys, you know, that so many of the guys that have been like voices and faces and talking heads, whatever, have not understood how to engineer product. And that's the reason why I was able to jump past everyone in the entertainment field and become, you know, whatever the net worth is, 11 billion. I'm gonna stop putting the whole black thing on my worth. Like, let's just see where I am on the scale of life, because that's a cop out for me to say richest black guy of all time, because that's feeding into the same, you know, trauma economy that Black Lives Matter feeds into. That's why I love and respect engineers. That's the only thing that we really need to teach in school is engineering. We don't need to teach history. We don't need to teach anything that is subjective. It needs to only be engineering taught in school, and everything else needs to be recessed. Nothing that at all, any forced subjective information is just to weaken and indoctrinate our species. And that's what schools do now.
As an engineer, I love hearing you say that, but to push back, history is not, the interpretation of history might be subjective, but history has some facts and they're useful to give a grounding to the way you do engineering.
I don't 100% believe in anything, any concept of the future or any concept of history, because history was just written by the victors.
Yeah, that's
so. If I see stuff happen on the day that later that day is reported wrong, so how wrong is something reported 1,000 years ago? And why would we argue about something that's not in the now? Because that's the only thing that everyone can agree upon is that it is now, right now.
Yeah, well, you try not to make the mistakes of the past. That's the usefulness of history, the limited usefulness of history.
The biggest mistake from the past that we keep making is looking at the past.
Too much, giving too much value to the past.
Too much value to the past. We are now. We are now. We are here. We are one species. We are one race. We're here. And it's time. And the leadership is changing because you have Elon as a leader, Ye as a leader, and we're the top leaders. We're more influential than the presidents.
So you're a human being with engineering challenges before you, with a STEM player, with Parlor. What's the hardest thing in front of you on the engineering front?
That's the first sentence that any of our species needs to hear when they're born. You are a human being with engineering challenges, and I consider challenges to be opportunities in front of you.
Yeah.
Literally, like, let me see a piece of paper. I need to write that down. That's the beginning
That's a good line.
of our new species constitution. I'm gonna do the paper like this wide. I'll put it in widescreen. This for Ridley. You are you are a being with engineering
opportunities or challenges?
Opportunities. I'm sorry, I don't spell as good as John Legend. Opportunities in before you. I like the before because it can mean forward or before you. This right here, I've always said I'm the top 5 writer in human existence, but this right here is pushing me to like number 4 or number 3.
It's a good line.
Because who would you say is the top? It's top writer in human existence. We know who it is.
That's subjective. Who's that?
It's factual though.
Who's that?
It's like, who's the top person in tech history? It's not subjective.
Wow.
There's a non-subjective answer to both of those. Both of those people have influenced 30% of our existence.
So the influence is the main metric of greatness.
Okay, one person, 30% of our language the English language was written by them. The other person, 30% of the products we use was led by them. So
30% of our language is written by Shakespeare.
And
then the product.
Look.
Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
You put Steve above like Elon's of the world? Because Steve is a designer, he's a designer and engineer, but he's a designer. He's a visionary in the design space.
Well, I would lean to him because I'm not an engineer, right? So I'm more like.
Then you're an engineer. If Steve is an engineer, you're an engineer, essentially.
He's a cultural engineer. Like the people who run the emotions of the world and run the world off of people's emotions right now are social engineers. And social engineering is so important. Like city design. There's a fancier word for that. But I was in Oxnard last night to see Anthony Jeselnik.
Mm-hmm.
And I gotta find out what his opening joke was, because I'm doing interviews and I'm thinking I'm funny. And I like that he just kept on saying 20-year anniversary. I've been doing this for 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
And his opening joke was so high level, I realized that I wasn't funny. I realized that this dude is a professional at what he does. And so many things are subjective. I always talk about this. It's like, people are arguing like, is Emily Ratajkowski the hottest, person? And I'm like, that's such a subjective thing. But like, if you go and shoot 3-pointers with Steph Curry, it's not subjective, right? Or if you go and compare bank accounts with Elon, it's not subjective. And another thing that's not subjective, porn.
What about it?
Dick size. It's not subjective. You can measure.
But porn is more about more than just dick size, and greatness is more than the size of the bank account, right? So there's a subjective.
But greatness is subjective, though.
Right. So do you care about the stuff that's objective or subjective more? Because greatness to me is what matters. The bank account comes and goes. The impact on our society, like you said, social engineering, the impact on the collective intelligence of our species, that what permeates throughout the rest of the time.
I like what you said. The impact. I'm taking notes. What did you say? The impact
on the collective intelligence of our species.
The impact on the collective
when Ye is writing down the words that came out of my dumb mouth, I have made it in life.
There's a lot of people that have kind of like sat through. I wanted to wear a different color hoodie because I was just tired of seeing this hoodie in all the interviews. And there's a lot of kids that are with me. They see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And they had to sit through all of the muck of all the previous interviews to get to this. Every interview has been just an emotional, it's just like been an argument up to this point. This is the first of, this is the next frontier of where our species is going to head. It starts here. It starts with you, Lex.
So this is the first time I heard you say the word engineering at least so many times, which I love hearing. So this is where you're at. You're like that newborn. You're a being with engineering opportunities.
Yeah. And we're all a newborn, because in Christianity we say born again. We're all newborns, and everyone can, everyone shall, I don't like the word can. Shall, the only thing about shall is like, it kind of dictates, and can kind of lets people off the hook. So I haven't found the perfect post Shakespeare and post Steve Jobs and post Elon and post Ye and post Drake way to communicate this. But we update, and we do. And what the current media structure, no, it's not actually nothing that's holding us. There's nothing actually holding us back, because I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Like, they could have killed me at, George Bush don't care about black people. They could have killed me at Beyonce had the best video, but we're here now. So we just keep on leaning and leaning and leaning. And there's these things where I just think about, there'll be times when I'm at war, and every now and then when the bombs stop going off and all the headlines and the smearing and all that stuff going off, I think about my family, and I'll think about Kim, and I'll think about how, King Koopa has her in the castle right now, and just on Mario Brothers, you know how it is. Just go for the princess, and you get to this level, and it's like, dur, 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 dur. I'm like, I sung the song wrong, right? And then they take the princess again.
Which one are you, Mario?
Yeah.
Now, I'd like to make a point here. This is a much more respectful interview. You can tell, right? You can tell. Lex is Jewish. I mean, he's from Eastern Europe. He's a Jew, right? He disagrees. Of course he disagrees, right? Of course he disagrees with many of the things that Kanye is saying. But look at the tone and the nature of this interview and the way Lex Freeman is allowing him to speak and allowing him to express himself, even though he disagrees vehemently with a lot of things he has to say.
What's your favorite thing, the thing you love the most about Kim from a Mario perspective?
Once again, don't you miss that white coochie.
And the princess. Looking back, was there a moment?
She's definitely my favorite of all time.
Yeah. Was there a moment that, you know, like that catches you off guard and you say, I love this human being?
Yeah. I mean, it's just the DNA is like she's a mix of Rob and Chris.
Can you explain?
I mean, that's like a really high pool right there. Those are like two geniuses.
So okay, so like the entire of history of evolution of the human species created this DNA that created this being. There's a life there. There's a set of memories in the history that brought you together, and you're like, damn, I like this DNA.
Yeah, it's like certain people have just like high DNA. Ivanka Trump has high DNA. You know, it's like,
how's your DNA? Pretty good.
I think we've seen that. It's been proven. I mean, but look at my mom and look at my dad. You know, me and my dad have a water purification center in the DR right now. And my dad is the original Steve Jobs, and he was blocked by people around him, and people were using him and taking advantage and, you know, not believing in his vision. My dad's the educated version of Ye.
What'd you learn about life from your dad?
And my dad got girls too.
But those are small details.
That's a big detail, being that I found my dad's, you know, Playboy when I was 5 years old. It greatly affected my motivation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So that's part of the engine that drives Ye.
Absolutely. I remember when Pharrell was first in all the videos, and my girl was like, girls like Pharrell. And I was like, I want girls to like me too.
Funny that that's behind all the ambition, all the drive.
That's how we make people. That's how people are made.
The desire to be loved. Is that at the individual level, just being noticed, and also at the societal level of scale?
Well, now I've gone past. I'm like at that place where Nikola Tesla was later into his career, where it wasn't about being loved. It wasn't about sitting at the dinner parties next to Anna Wintour and stuff. It was about getting the idea across. So I have these cells that are very, and I just keep on saying Ridley Scott, but Ridley Scott has a special anointing. It isn't just sci-fi what he's doing. There's something in there, just like George Lucas. There's something different that's there. So
what are you drawing?
I'm drawing these new living cells that we will exist in. And this is over, okay, let's do like, I don't like talking about money because like man-made money anyway is like 4 quadrillion respected dollars, and then you have other forms of currency. Of course, social currency is super important right now, but this is a drawing, and it's at a pretty good place now. This will be 40,000 square feet. I want to start just talking in meters. I just think we should go to anything to restore the Tower of Basel, like they said when the I'm just draw a person here for scale.
Yeah, that would help.
Okay. What do you think of that? Look at my person. See the scale in this room? All right. So.
Wait, the dot is the person?
Yeah. I'm saying it's 40,000 square feet. But that would be like
What are the other parts of the cell?
Okay, so it's a screen. It doesn't go all the way to the top, and it's one hole for light. But the water and the light and air all come in from the top. So that's like the mouth, and then this is the belly button. We're God's iPhone. We're His greatest creation.
So this is all connected. These are all connected.
Yeah, so I'm drawing how these other cells go next to each other.
What's the vision here?
Happiness. Then we talk about like what's the motivation? Like, yeah, there's a motivation somewhere in the back of my mind of my family. And if it's like where Moses smite the rock and God didn't allow him to get to the promised land, because the promised land is family. That is the promise. That is earth. I mean, that is heaven on earth is family. Family is heaven. That's the promised land. And for your family to be together. So say I smite the rock and God doesn't let me have my family back. My mission in life is still to promote families at all costs and make families' existence easier. So you take this thing, you put a localized farm, say if it's in a community, that we do localized growing, and then we partner with Big Pharma and say, hey, you're actually going to make more money by making better food. Because at the end of the day, you want money right now. It's like everyone knows that between the pesticides and between the medical industry, and especially America, that we're keeping people sick. And we know that McDonald's makes food that kills people, and, Coca-Cola selling, sugar water and all this. Like, just in case I haven't pissed off enough people in power.
Yeah.
Okay. So
you're going to piss off the sugar, anybody that's powered on sugar. Yeah.
Sugar, What's the Health was actually a documentary on sugar. It wasn't about how bad meat was. It was like a reverse documentary on sugar. I don't know if you call it a reverse, like a sub, but if you watch it again, when they show sugar in it, it's just the sugar looks super clean.
Yeah.
So as I state these things, I know I have protection. If I have God's protection, that's why I'm here to this date, right? So it's for me to have this platform and express exactly what I feel, because it's kids out there, right, that it's kids that are going to save the world through engineering and through facts. And I've got to download as much of the information and as much of don't be afraid to state your facts is the biggest thing, because the world is being ran by fear. And that is, actually God runs the world, but there's just like little cloud, this patina of our ego that deals with the money and the car and the girl we're dating and all this in the clothes you wear and spending too much on clothes and a lot of stuff that I've been involved with promoting. So now what I'm promoting is you have the idea, you say it out loud, like if you had Tourette's, say your truth out loud. If you hate you hate me, say that out loud. Say whatever you feel out loud. Like you say it non-violently, non-violent. I have to say that like as, as a shout out to Alex Jones, and Trump, where they try to say that when they say their truths out loud, that it's inciting violence. So let's be like really clear. I'm saying that they have criminalized free thought. I hate when people use they, like they gets the blame for everything, right? It's always they.
Yeah.
Oh, who the fuck is they? Exactly.
The problem is they is us.
Yeah. Well, I love that. What we need to do is turn I to we. So we take the responsibility and turn they to us. So we take accountability to us. I to we, and they to us. And that relates, it's a language at the same time. You're seeing the language of our surroundings. You're seeing the language of, one of the things, okay, let's go back to the cell explanation, because I'm also doing what's that thing when Elon just put all the information in the open and people could figure out if they could figure it out, and open source?
Yeah, open source.
So I'm open sourcing this idea right now so that, engineers and anointed people, beings, anointed beings, can collectively contribute to this to push our species forward. So where I've got to with my research is that there will be a hole at the top that allows natural light, natural air, and there's a constant water system. So it becomes like a water city where it's a constant flow. It's regenerative. It's not wasting the water, and it's just a constant flow. So I put the toilet really close to where this I don't want to call it a wave pool, but in the pool, the water is not still.
So that exists in water. Surrounded by water.
Well, the living room is you have two rooms. You have the dry room, which people would call the living room before, and then you have the wet room.
How is that a source of happiness? What is broken about our world today that gives you in terms of the pursuit of happiness, which is one of the things?
Well, all of our buildings,
in the previous Declaration of Independence.
All of our buildings are based on just the industry and the economy. And then people lean into what people are used to seeing, like what we think is attractive, because then you go back to the, women who give life. So everyone wants to be attractive to the attractive. And that's the reason why the media goes and gets, Bella Hadid, Kim Kardashian, Emily Ratajkowski. Those are the only ones I'm gonna.
There's more.
There's more, but I'm thinking of the ones that I think are attractive.
Yeah, it is subjective.
Yeah, because it's subjective. So to my subjective, which I think the only guys that could argue with me on my opinion on girls would be Brad and Leo, because we're the only ones with the track record, everything else. So for everybody else, it's subjective. We've got history. So
are you happy?
Absolutely. I'm just here. It's actually, it's difficult to make me unhappy. Now I can deal with frustrations, but when those frustrations are, it's like when you've allowed people to be in your life that shouldn't be there, and then they do the thing you knew they were going to do, and you're screaming at them, but you really need to scream at yourself.
Yeah, so you realize anything that's like anger or frustration, that's something that's wrong with you that needs to be dealt with.
Yes. Like right now, okay, say I got this pattern cutter that I wanted to remove because I felt like she was copying our patterns into the computer. And I didn't know why she wanted to do that. And I just wanted to do the patterns by hand. And then,
You mean like automating the patterns? Is that what you mean?
And my head of it, because that's the whole thing. It's like, it's a war of human beings and robots.
But that makes it more efficient, right? You don't like the efficiency. You like the creativity of the singular nature of the pattern.
I believe that the human beings, and I'm saying this to you as a person who makes robots and a person that's friends with
I'm
Elon
deeply
that makes
offended right
robots.
now.
Yeah.
But I'll let it go.
Okay.
It's good.
So I believe that
Ye hates robots. I'm not gonna put that out there. It's a joke.
Robots have feelings too.
Yeah, that's right.
That was also a joke.
We need to clarify that for future robots. But the pattern cutter, you don't like that. That had to be that. That's you can't have that part of your life.
That's not what my everything that I'm doing is for the sake of the human race. There's things in capitalism, there's things in technology. Well, technology and original human species can exist in a peaceful way, as long as the people that know how to make robots aren't using their robots to control the humans. Lex?
It definitely is something you have to be concerned about as we become more technologically savvy. That, my friend, is why engineering isn't everything. That you have to desperately study the lessons of history. In Nazi Germany, science was used to create atrocities. Engineering, the same. Engineering could be a tool of war.
We're still in the Holocaust. A Jewish friend of mine said, go visit the Holocaust Museum. And my response was, let's visit our Holocaust Museum, Planned Parenthood.
With all due respect, I grew up in the Soviet Union. I'm Jewish. Parts of my family perished in the Holocaust of Nazi Germany. I have to push back that there is a difference of the atrocities at that scale, at that time, on an entire people.
I was going to say the number. That's the difference.
It's not the number.
Because 6 million, well, also African Americans are actually Jew also, the lost tribe of
I can
Israel.
push back on that too.
Okay, so well, everyone came from Africa.
I am African. I'm basically African American. We're brothers.
And we're both Jew, and we're brothers. So
we're human.
6 million people died in the Holocaust. Over 20 million have died by the hands of abortion. And the media promotes the My Body, My Choice, which is actually still a promotion for Planned Parenthood. 50% of Black deaths a year is actually abortion. It's not the cop with the knee. It's not Black on Black violence and gang violence. It's not heart attacks. It's actually abortion. The most dangerous place for a Black person in America is in their mother's stomach.
There's 900 to 1 million abortions in the United States a year. I hear you. But there's something about the rape, the torture, the murder of children, women, men, the complete humiliation and just the suffering that was endured during World War II.
That's what we deal with on our TVs right now with Black people. Soros would use Black trauma economy to win an election. And what I love is having a healthy conversation. And as opposed to, there's certain things, boom, this drops, people are going to have pussy hats on. Boom, this drops, it's going to be, Black people and white people with signs. Boom, this drops. So, hey, China, hey, left agenda, hey, what we're going to do is say that our species can have a healthy conversation. Can I
just linger on this? Because when you say Jewish media, there's a echo of a pain that people feel that reminds
you're saying it's redundant, right?
No, I'm not saying it's redundant. I'm saying
it's redundant.
You're saying it's redundant.
It's a redundant
I'm saying
statement.
it's something I'm saying that it's something that Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister of Nazi Germany, said. I'm saying it's been said so many times in order to murder and torture Jewish people that it just rings wrong.
And that's the
just
thing.
Like the N word when spoken by people that have the same skin color as me, it reminds people of a very dark time.
I know. If Jewish people would accept that I'm Jew, then they would see what I'm saying in a different way. They would hear it in a different way.
But see, the people, you saying you're Jewish,
no, I'm Jew, not Jewish. Jewish means like that of a Jew. I'm saying I'm Jew.
You're Jew.
Blood of Christ.
That
Orthodox
comes from,
Christian.
Right. But are you a follower of the philosophy of the Black Hebrew Israelites? Because that's where the idea comes from. Not all of those folks are extremists, but some are extremists.
I'm a follower of the idea. I have a vague idea that all people came from Africa. But what I wanted to do, now I could Andy Kaufman this about 7 more minutes and then tell you what it is, what the whole point is.
Let's count 7 minutes.
No,
less.
I did this to do a spoiler alert.
Sure, spoiler.
What's the first thing I said at the beginning?
We're talking about engineering and humans. We're all human.
I said, and then what did I say we shouldn't focus on?
Race.
Not just that. I say they shouldn't teach this in school.
History.
The history, because what they do, what schools are doing is exactly what the CIA does with Pixar films and Disney films. They make Bambi's mom die in the beginning, right? And off that pain comes a purchase of ice cream. Off that pain comes, I need some more toys. Off that pain comes, I need a bigger house. Off that pain comes, I need more girls than my wife. Off that pain comes, so they put that pain in to make us, now we're the orphans of capitalism, to make us be consumers. And we need to be a community, not just consumers. So I could have went another 7 minutes by being a person who presents himself in a way that says, well, I don't have to feel your pain because I also have pain too that's not being recognized. And in every interview, when I say, well, why did I get to the point of putting up the tweet? No one wants to understand why I got to that point,
You
right?
had pain. You had pain.
Yeah, but
You
no
had
one.
pain in your heart.
But let's say this: undoubtedly, Jewish people have a lot of movies about that pain, and Black people have a lot of movies about the pain of slavery, right? It's almost impossible to find a movie about Mansa Musa. When you go to the African History Museum in Washington, D.C., it doesn't start with the idea of Africans being kings. It starts with the idea of Africans being slaves. But here's another interesting point about this. This was said to me one time and it stuck with me as a family member of mine. With Africans, how many times you've heard like a rapper, talk about we were kings? That's incorrect. If we're Jew, and since we weren't the kings. We were the slaves that Moses freed. Africans have always said, you've listened to rap music and hear Black people say, we kings, we blood of the pharaohs. And if we are Jew, then we weren't. We were the people that Moses freed. And when we talk about, have you heard Black people talk about 400 years of slavery?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Now, this is another very important point because, yes, Lex Friedman is being very respectful in this interview of Kanye, but you could see in his face that he's burning up. I mean, he is seething that that a Black man is actually claiming to be a Jew. But he is keeping it to himself. Now, he's challenging him, but he's challenging him in a respectful way, much more respectful than the other British dweeb. But you could tell that he's got that deep-seated hatred of anyone who even claims to have blood of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Moses and running through their veins when there is historic, there is a lot of history leading to the Lembic Jews or the Lemba tribe having traveled across Africa, building stone cities, and the stone cities are still there. And the west coast of Africa being called the land of Judah before it was renamed to Nigeria. And so this is interesting to watch.
That is and we're having this history lesson, right?
I thought history doesn't matter. You're exploring ancient history and drawing deep wisdom from it. And at the same time saying we need to forget all of it. We need to put that behind us.
Absolutely. We need to forget it and we need to move forward.
There's so much wisdom to draw from history, even the 20th century. Look at this. Communism. Without the lessons of history of the 20th century, communism sounds like a great idea, except that some of the worst atrocities conducted by Stalin and Mao that killed.
Stalin was Jewish, right? And Lenin, right? These guys. Anyway.
50, 100 plus million.
And Marx? Yeah, I think Marx was also Jewish.
million people, not just killed, tortured, starvation, where people, the cannibalism, they ate each other, they ate their children. There's just dark people. People should read some books on this, on the Holodomor in the 1930s.
But I disagree.
With that lesson, we would, and now it's becoming more popular. Marxism and communism.
I'm not disagreeing that happened. I'm disagreeing that we need to harp on the things that happen, because the truth is, I'm giving a fact. 50% today of, let's say, you don't call black people Jew, right? Black people's deaths today is abortion today, right now. Like that, it's not racism. That's too wide of a term. It's genocide and population control that black people are in today in America, that is promoted by the music and the media that black people make, that Jewish record labels get paid off of, or media companies. Record labels and media company also, so let's give it a wider.
I agree with Martin Luther King. I have a dream too.
Martin Luther
that one
King
day you would not be judged by the color of your skin or your race, black or Jew, but by the content of your character. All the assholes that fucked you over in the music industry, fuck artists over in the music industry, are individuals. They're not Jews. Can you say
they are Jewish?
It doesn't. They're human with opportunities, and they took those opportunities. I don't care if they're Jewish.
Do you feel like I should release that pain and separate it?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're saying I should release that pain and separate it, then I'm telling you, you should release your pain and separate it, and we could get to the list of how you are a being with engineering opportunities.
That's 100%. I see what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. The pain, I'm going to let it go. Engineering challenges. I get it. One of the problems you highlight is people get fucked over in the music industry, and get fucked over in the media, get fucked over all over the place.
They created, there was a Jewish trainer that brought me to the hospital and put in press that I went to the hospital. I know friends that off of exhaustion, a Jewish doctor, they diagnosed
Why do you keep saying Jewish?
Because they were, right? Diagnosed me with bipolar disorder and shot me with medication and put me on medication, then put it in the press. And every time, even if I wore the wrong color hat that a nigger is not supposed to wear, right? Then they immediately say he's off of his shit, he's off his meds, he's off his rocker, and it's literally used as a scarlet letter control mechanism for the people. Understand, the kids, the colleges, the high schools. What do you think they put me right now? They put me as the prophet, not the leader. It doesn't have to be the leader, right? Because we need a more intelligent person to be the leader, but at least, right? They put me as the prophet. They put me as the only person that would say this. And I'm just saying that was 4 Jewish members that controlled my voice, because for the fact that 90% of black people in entertainment, from sports to music to acting, are in some way tied into Jewish business people, meaning that in some way, just like if Ram is sitting next to Obama or Jared sitting next to Trump, there's a Jewish person right there controlling the country, the Jewish people controlling that who gets the best video or not, controlling what the media says about me.
A person, not Jewish. Let me just say one thing.
But they are, though. That's the only thing. It just so happens that they are. It just so happens that they are. That doesn't mean that I hate them.
Yes,
that just means that they are.
But it's a dog whistle. Two, let me just say, as I would love to add more love to the world, I would love you to do that as a person with a big voice, with a big, powerful voice that a lot of people look up to. And when you say Jewish media, it's funny how this world works that way. When you say Jewish media, or Jews are controlling the voice of black artists, black people, black artists, when you say that,
am I not allowed to say it out loud?
You can say it. There's a large number of people that are hurting and have anger and even have hate in their heart when they hear Jewish media. That hate starts being directed towards the Jewish people. Do you acknowledge that? Do you understand? Can you feel the hate in the world? That comes to the surface when you say stuff like that.
Okay, I feel that when we go into therapy, my dad was a therapist, and obviously I've got some therapy skills myself. A lot of people, my music is healing. These type of spa-like existences are healing. The color palettes I use are healing, and we can use healing words, right? What I really feel I feel that there's no accountability and no responsibility on Jewish people in media to at least start with owning up with the facts of what's dealt with and tell me if I say the facts out loud, to the point of Ari Emanuel writing a letter in the Financial Times trying to take food out of my children's mouth, telling people that they're not allowed to work with me. Even Chris Como or Pierce Morgan getting me to apologize and separate Jewish business people from the families of the Jewish business people, which I did. Update. I did that. That already happened. And
that was a shitty apology. That wasn't really an apology. But shout out to that conversation.
I need to get on my knees and kiss the dick of Howard Stern. And
you don't need to kiss anyone's dick.
But that's what you guys are acting like.
You guys, look at that.
Because you're talking about it's a shitty apology. But where's our fucking apology? Watch this.
Sorry.
We don't get. Thank you. Now let's move on.
Sorry. Do I need to get on my knees or no?
And kiss my dick.
Oh shit.
So
this escalated quickly.
So that's escalated quickly. So
nice.
What? No, I'm saying where's our apology? But we can't get to apology because you're telling me there's no right way for me to word it. So tell me, for me, a person who's been fucked on my deals and a person that has friends that never figured out how to make shoes with a German company that couldn't tell me to wear a BLM shirt and take off my red hat, like what would have happened if I was at Nike, right? Tell me exactly how to engineer the situation I'm in.
I'll tell you exactly how. You got a big voice. Have the balls as a man to call out the individuals. Don't call them Jews. Call them by their name and start a war against those individuals. They're not Jewish.
But if that's the case, will you help me with that?
Sure. Okay. 100%. Assholes are well, let me flip that too. I don't understand the industry well. I see that people are fucking people over for sure. But how do you solve that? If you right now run the world's you're doing a million things, but say you ran also a record label.
I have ran a record label. Well, I've been ran by a record label where I was the face of a record label and had Big Sean and different people complaining to me. And I knew fuck about running a record label. I was simply just a talented producer and an influencer that then started good music, but I wasn't the one running good music.
How would you do it differently?
This is something I propose. I would look at the top 10 execs in 3 fields: in sports, film, and music. And I would look at the top 10 clients, participant, talent. I would look at the top talent in each of those fields, the top 10 of them. And some of them are going to be Tom Brady. Some of them are going to be Taylor Swift. Some of them, they're not all going to be black, right? Some of them will be Adele, right? And we'll look at all their contracts transparently, and we'll compare the notes and re-engineer like it's a new constitution. Because when I told my dad when I was 19 that I was going to get into the music industry, he begged me not to. He said, I heard it's treacherous. Now I'm in a position where I've been through it. I saw it. I went out, made some money somewhere else. I saw my name get smeared. I saw my family get destroyed. I saw my reputation get destroyed. And I'm back here to have this I'm back here as a being with engineering opportunities.
So
wait a second. If you say it's a shitty apology, what is the version of the apology short of kissing Howard Stern's dick.
I don't think anyone wants to kiss Howard Stern's dick.
That's the whole point, Howard Stern. Nobody wants to kiss your dick, so shut the fuck up. I said, and by the way, I'm antagonized you, Howard Stern. I used to be a fan of you.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I'm still a fan sometimes.
Now you're just doing clickbait like everybody else. Now you're just a sad old man, Howard.
All right.
Now, Howard Stern, this is the first time anyone's said your name in years. Your own family doesn't say your name unless they're calling to get their bills paid.
You're going hard. See, that's beautiful right there. That's much better than calling Jewish media. Go after individuals.
Okay,
go
so
after individuals.
and
if you don't talk
and-
shit about me, talk shit about me. This is great.
And you know what that is?
Yeah, what's that? Engineering.
That's an engineer's approach.
Yeah, engineers. Yeah. You should learn some of that.
We all can use our pain against each other, or we can say we're a being with engineering opportunities, and we can know about history. So let me change something. We could have just to be judgmental. People say thou shalt not judge. I was talking to Camille Vasquez. She says, I'm very judgmental. That's what we're doing. I believe, now you could go to Bible and one thing's going to say one thing, another thing may be contradicted in a way, and then the pastor has to unpack it. I believe that we are to judge. If you look at some food and it's got a fly coming out of it, you can then judge at that point. You're supposed to use your better judgment. But whenever someone doesn't want to change something they're doing, they'll say, don't judge me, right? But as a species, you called for me. You got the breakthrough. And by the way, it's only an engineer that I would respect to tell me of how to update how I'm communicating. Because this started off, right? I've been through all these interviews. Let me go to this. You said this was a sorry apology. I was very specific. I said the Jewish, because by the way, it's a barrage, right? It's a thing where I don't even remember the names at a certain point, right? Mm-hmm. It's like if a girl was getting raped by men, if that person is not 18, right? And she was getting raped since 14, right? And she still got this face, this super like Irina Shayk level face, right? She might say, I hate men. That woman may say, I hate men. She might get to that point because she was raped. On my contracts, and no one can say this is ramped up. No one, Howard Stern can't say this is ramped up. Ari Emanuel can't say this is ramped up. George Soros knows damn well that I'm not ramped up. George Soros knows, like, wow, this guy's like a younger guy that's looking at what I did and looking at how I control the world silently, and he's calling it out, and he's not using any of the fear tactics. I can't send his homeboys around him. I can't send his wife to him. This guy, that's what George Soros sees, right? When he's dealing with me, right? So what you guys are actually asking me to do, I'm comparing myself to that 18-year-old beautiful woman that had been mistreated by men for 4 years of her life, right? And you're saying, you know, as a man, you can't blame all men. And I'm saying, as a responsible, forward philosopher leader, okay, I'll drop the pain and I will specify, because I'm up here. I lost my fucking family. I lost my kids. I lost my best friend in fashion. I lost the Black community. I lost, people said I lost my mind, all of these things, lost my reputation. And I'm up here just like, I just want my family, but I don't want my family to have to say what the left wants us to say. To have to say what China wants us to say. I want to be an American and protect my kids and protect my wife and raise my kids as Christians and have my wife be a Christian and innovate. And America made rock and roll. I want to innovate as a creative person and be a successful American, but all of that had been taken away from me. So I'm coming back and I'm removing the PSTD right now, right? I'm standing up and saying the only way that we're going to be able to get past this and the way God is going to
use me right now is for me to stop talking about the pain, stop talking about what happened, and do something about it. And that's where I'm at right now in this moment. Like, yeah, people agree. At least there was something where you could say he has a reason of why he got to that tweet. And what you're doing for me today is saying, yo, that was a sorry apology, and let's specify. I'm not asking for anyone out here to empathize or sympathize for a dude worth $11 billion that can make money disappear. Appear out of thin air in 5 different industries. I'm not asking for anybody to sympathize with someone who's married to Kim Kardashian, dated Irina Shayk, but like I feel like I'm just not going to get the sympathy vote in this situation, right? So
I feel your pain.
Yeah, I feel like no one's going to feel my pain. Only Brad and Leo can feel my pain, right? So
but still,
but here today, when you said it's a sorry apology, what's the apology that you're looking for as a Jewish engineer? As Lex. Let's not talk about you being Jewish. As Lex, what's the apology that you want me to say to? Am I allowed to say Jewish? Tell me, is it anti-Semitic for Ye to say Jewish out loud?
No, there's I don't like the allowed. That presumes censorship. I think you choose. You have a powerful voice.
Did I prove that there was censorship over the past 2 weeks?
Who censored you? Oh, Drink Champs.
Oh my Lord.
Oh, like Twitter and so on.
Twitter.
That has less to do.
Drink Champs.
That hurt you. The Drink Champs. That no one took down your conversation.
No.
It didn't hurt you. Man, you gotta be honest about the pain.
We're still the kids we used to be. I put my hand on the stove to see if I still bleed. And nothing hurts anymore. I feel kind of free.
I could do without this part.
No, do you think, I went to Japan for 2 to 3 months, right? The day I had Sunday service, my kids are supposed to be there, and my kids were nowhere to be found. And I text Kim and said, where are my kids? We get into an argument, and then I get a text from a number I don't know, and it's Pete Davidson bragging about being in bed with my wife. Then
just fucking with you?
Well, at that point, it's like they're trying to put me in jail or put a friend of mine in jail, because then I'm going to go surround the hotel and do something which would have me not be able to be here. And instead, I walked away from that situation. I went to Japan like the samurai that I am and went to the top of the mountain. And because I knew there was no way she could love this dude, not just because he's ugly. He's not black. She likes black guys. Every guy that she, is with looks exactly the same. Ray J, Reggie Bush, at that time, Kanye West, she has a type. Just like how I have a type. Like a lot of my girls look kind of similar to her, because in a video game character, people have their type, right? So I knew that this was like
the princess has a type and she likes Mario.
Right, there you go.
As somebody cares for you and hopefully can be a friend, I gotta say these words and the words about Jews is not the words of a samurai, of a great man. I would say, you said something that resonated with a lot of people when you said George Bush doesn't care about black people. I have to say, as somebody who cares for you, that the artist formerly known as Kanye West, doesn't care about Jewish people in the same way you spoke about George Bush being a politician and not giving a fuck about the poor people that suffered after Katrina.
That's biting, and you have every right. Lex has every right to express his opinion that way, and I got to give credit where credit is due. That was a pretty sharp bite, and he's right. He's right. If you're gonna blast off at the mouth, you got to expect that type of feedback. You have to expect it.
You're not giving a fuck about the suffering of the Jewish people across the world.
Why
when you say
why am I
those words.
not?
Because you're giving strength, motivation
But
to
we
hate
already
groups.
updated. I gave an apology. You said it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, that's right. It's
And
not.
now you're telling me, no, I'm not
No,
gonna.
no, no. You don't need to kiss anyone's dick. What you
You're
have to
asking
do,
me to
you have
kiss
to
the
say
dick.
was wrong to say. There's no Jewish media. There's no Jewish.
There isn't.
There's no control of the media by Jewish
You're an
people.
engineer, brother. If you're an engineer and you're not holding to the truth, that's not engineering.
Engineering is not. That's not. That doesn't. That's hate. That's not engineering.
No,
Engineering
it's called.
says I'm gonna build a better record label.
It's called
And
stereotypes.
I'm going to respect art.
Stereotypes exist for a reason.
Engineers don't do stereotypes.
I do.
Stereotypes are dumb. They allow you to channel hate towards the other.
You know what the biggest thing is?
Yeah.
With something a veteran that was sitting next to me at Cheesecake Factory last night, he said, you know, the general justice, he serves for whoever is the president, right? And he said, what's happening in politics is we're forgetting we're on the same side. We're forgetting we're on this. This is someone is practically, now he's a nurse. So he's still, fighting for humanity in a way. He went from holding, guns in battle to being a nurse. And when people are battling for their lives. And he said, we're forgetting we're on the same side. This is a person that no matter who becomes president, he can still be told to go to war. And the chaos that's created by the media has split the country in half. And what us as beings with an engineer opportunity need to do right now is find the blue water. Where are places that we agree on? And I want you to finish everything. Hey, I'm gonna let you finish everything that you want to express to me. Get off all. I'm your scarecrow today. I'm your punching bag today for everything I did. And I want you to stand up for all of the hate that I'm your Al Gore when he lost the election. Remember, he almost became a punching bag for the lady that had voted on him. And she just said all this stuff. And he's like, I know, I agree with you, right? But there's nothing, that he could do about it. With this, it's like things that you're saying, I agree with you. It's like if you sit some kids in the principal's office and I punch somebody, right? I took my hand, right, as what it really means. Even Aria Emanuel had to say, this is a pop icon, right? And I went and just punched an entire people at one time, or said that I was about to. I went like this, right? And I got blacked out, black mirrored, done, right? And it's like, what were you even going to do? And why did you go like this? I went like this because I can't even do, I would look insane to physically show you a metaphor, a physical representation of my last 20 years of what I've been through as a musician, as a father, and as a Black person with a political opinion.
A great man still through the pain does the right thing. And I think the right thing is to not say that there's Jewish control of the media. And
that's incorrect, though. That's a fucking lie. There is. And they did come and bully me. It proved the point.
No, the reason you don't say it is because the world is much bigger than the, forgive me, the narrow little world you exist in.
You see, listen, we're going to have to determine whether or not you are crying victim or flexing tyranny, because you can't do both. Okay? Should he not offend the Ashkenazi people because of the horrors that they have suffered, because of their victimhood, because of insensitivity to what they've gone through, and all of the terrible things that they've had to go through at the hands of the Germans during the World War II? Or should he shut the fuck up because we have the power to shut you the fuck down? You gotta, where are you standing? Are you, do the people who are afraid of you honestly feel sorry for you, or do you care whether or not the people are, are honoring and feeling empathy for your plight, or are afraid of the power, or cowering under the power that the Jewish community yields? Because those two things are not the same. And why is that important? Why is that significant? Because we as Americans, right, we are a unique people in that we do not take well to tyranny. We do not take well to having our freedoms taken away. We take it very seriously that we were imbued by our Creator with certain inalienable rights, and you can't make a mockery of that. And within the free world of free Americans, we are all created equal. You see? So if you're saying that you can give academic and historical reasons why it's insensitive and ignorant and wrong for him to say things that are offensive to your community, that's totally understandable. If you are saying that he lives on, he is not a free human being, that none of us are free, that we live under the absolute domain and control and rule of Zion, and therefore he should shut the fuck up because he's within the world of Zion and he's not in the free country called the United States of America, well, then we got a problem. And we seem to have at least a couple of cultures or communities or societies that feel as though they have the right to impose their tyranny upon the free people of the United States of America. And it's going to come to a head real soon. It's going to boil over, all right? Because Americans ain't having that shit. I'm just letting you know.
Your impact stretches way past those little boardroom meetings over contracts.
So what should I have done? What should I have done?
Not say that you should be a strong man that doesn't mention religion or people, and then fight. Do you want to win this fight?
How do I win? How do we win?
Call out individual people. Build. That's one way because you have a big voice. The other voice that I prefer is to build another label. Or support another
like
label.
You're controlling my creative narrative and because just like how you're telling me I shouldn't have said that, do you think there were people telling me I shouldn't have wore a red hat?
No, because you asked me, what should I have done? You're supposed to be a scarecrow, so I thought I'm going to beat the shit out of the scarecrow with my words, right?
And, let me tell you, Lex Friedman is absolutely right. I'm giving credit again where credit is due, because his second point is absolutely right. Start your own shit. Don't complain about the way other people treat you when you have enough money to hire attorneys, hire business managers, to hire the right people to start your own label, start your own basketball league, start your own football league, start your own soccer league, start your own record company, start your own film studios. There's nothing stopping you from doing all of the things that you feel as though this oppressive community is doing and won't let you have a handle on. He is absolutely right. And you need to shut up, Kanye. You need to quit the joking and smiling and fucking cheesing. And you need to hear what he's saying, because what he's saying actually is true.
Let me. Yeah. It was consensual.
The punching bag is a bag because Scarecrow actually has a different real
that's right.
meaning.
I'm like,
so let's say a punching bag. I should have said Scarecrow.
Yeah.
But every single person that I've sat with from the point when I wore the red hat till now has done the same thing. Sit in the principal's office and don't do what you're doing.
We're in the janitor's closet right now together. Yeah. And the red hat is very different. The red hat is you have a set of beliefs. You represent half the country that has a hope, a vision for the future of America that's very different than without any purpose whatsoever saying Jewish media, Jewish control of the media.
You said there's no purpose, so you're taking away my history and my reason of what my purpose was.
I'm saying it was dumb.
also, it can,
I'm speaking my voice, vocalizing it.
Also,
yeah,
it's God's plan. There's a lot of things that open up. Let me tell you something that opened up. There's a guy, like I told you, that was running STEM Player, who I've had issues with. We hadn't got paid on time, certain things, right? And he took his IQ, his know-how, his engineering know-how he basically was trying to Adidas me with, even though I was the bigger money in the situation. That was fun, and we funded together. And he hired these engineers, and he said, well, because of your comments, we're not going to be able to hire anybody else. And I was like, well, how many Jewish people do we have in our company? He said, I don't know. He didn't say exactly, right? I said, do we have Black people? He said, yes. I said, how many? He said, 2. So we have like 60 full-time employees, like 40 half-time and part-time. And I took as a responsibility. Let's take a step back from the us being one species and say, hey, you're Jewish, I'm Black, right?
Why step back?
For this example, for the sake of this example. Cool. And I said, wow, I'm sure I can hire more than 2 Black engineers. And what happens is, because there are so many businessmen that just so happen to be Jewish, that it's good business, right? Just to monopolize. That's what people are looking. Everybody wants to be Elon, right? So
I disagree with that.
Okay, but let me finish this point.
I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish.
A lot of businessmen want to be as successful as Elon and as popular as Elon. A lot. Like, it just worded like that, which I hate the term a lot, actually. I want to be more specific, but I haven't done the math on it. Let's say some. Factually, for sure, there are some business people of all different walks and backgrounds that would like to be as rich and as popular as Elon Musk. So let me just take a step back from the we're one species into we're separated by race, gender, socioeconomic class conversation, and say, as a Black owner of 2 tech platforms, hardware and software, I need to take action. Let's not call it affirmative. Let's just say I need to take action, and I need to take accountability in ensuring that Black engineers are hired, and guess what? Hired together. Because when the Black people that are brilliant are separated from our culture, we forget who we are. And we'll get to a point where, OJ will say, I'm not Black, I'm OJ. Because just to be on the golf course, we put on the golf shirt. But the golf shirt might not be something that our culture would have done. And now our culture in poor communities is, oh, everybody's got Draco on them. Everybody's got a gun on them. Oh, if you run up on me on the gas station, I'm gonna kill you. Hey, you ain't got to talk to me like a man if I haven't killed at least 5 people. But you know what happens is, we can kill 5 people, we could kill 10 people and still be in the media, as long as we play by the rules, right? Because what will happen is, any of these guys that have talked about killing people and different things, unless Trump had pardoned them, right? But let's say, even if Trump had pardoned them, they could still go to someone like a Lil Boozy or Meek Mills or Puff Daddy, anybody, and say, hey, we need you to talk shit about Ye right now. And also, you're not allowed, if you do want to vote for Trump or vote outside of what this arrangement is, then we're going to put you in jail. We're not going to bring you down. We have this on you. You get what I'm saying? If I had ever killed someone, if I wasn't the bitch with the pink polo on, I wouldn't be able to be the vocal man that I am today. You understand what I'm saying? This is the reason why I'm happy that my gangster disciple brothers kept me from the initiations, which made me feel like a pussy my whole life, right? But now I am someone who legally can say this. Other people in my position, they legally cannot speak. They legally cannot speak, or they will go to prison. I am in a bit of a glass prison because I don't have say-so of where my children go to school. But I'm in a freedom place where I can have this conversation with you right now.
Now, see, that's real talk. Kanye just gave him some real talk, okay? Because he's saying, oh, don't say Jewish media because, you know, it's just a coincidence that they're all Jewish. All right, whatever, man. But he's talking about real bullying that goes on, and he's talking from experience. This is really, Kanye is saying some real shit right here.
And that is, I don't like the word breakthrough. You know, that's God's hand on this situation. But you get what I'm saying about if I hadn't said the tweet, I wouldn't have had to take the accountability myself to hire Black engineers into my 2 tech platforms.
Yeah, and you get what I'm saying? That's a beautiful personal journey you're on. But do you get what I'm saying?
It's not personal. It's for my people as a whole. As a tribal
it's a small
person,
company. It's a small company.
As a tribal person, I believe that I am my people.
Yeah.
And the thing that businessmen have done to my people have pulled the brightest out of our tribes and siloed them and made us lose our culture and lose who they were. The only thing I wanted to say at Virgil's funeral, which I wasn't allowed to, right? It was a white pastor that talked the majority of the funeral. Half the funeral was pissed, right? And this pastor actually married me and Kim, right? He looks like Justin Timberlake a little bit. He talked half the funeral. He knew Virgil was passing, did a collaboration with him before he passed, by the way, right? A clothing collaboration. I didn't know Virgil was passing, but the thing I wanted to say, I saw A$AP Rocky and I saw some other members of his gang, you know, in the audience at the funeral. And all I wanted to tell him is, don't let them split the gang up. Don't let them split the gang up. When I did the first Yeezy, because I did Kanye West 2 fashion shows before as a high-end luxury, all leather kind of designer, not all leather, but, you know, high-end materials, mink, this kind of thing. And then I came back with Yeezy with Adidas. And this fashion show was so popular that Justin Bieber had to sit in the second row, right? This thing had every name you could think of. It had Kim Kardashian, Kris Jenner, Kendall Jenner. It was Kylie's first fashion show she'd been in. And in the second fashion show, I put Kylie and Bella Hadid next to each other in the fashion show. You had Puff Daddy. At that time, Puff Daddy had beef with Drake. Drake still came to the show, and Jay-Z had to break up the fight backstage. The designers, you had Jerry Lorenzo, that's head of Fear God. You had Kim Schraub, head of Skims. You had Virgil Abloh, head of Louis Vuitton. You had Dimna, head of Balenciaga, all working for Ye, for the leader, for the philosopher, right? For the person that who put this together? Me, that's who, right? You had these people working for the king of New York, basically the boss, Ye, right? You had Jay-Z in the audience, Rihanna in the audience, Beyonce in the audience, sitting next to Anna Wintour in this audience. And guess who heard wind of this? One of the richest men in the world, Bernard Arnault, caught wind of this. What's going on? They're building up something, and we need to stop it. So then he met with me and politely offered me backing for my clothing line. It would be Kanye West. They would get 49%, 51%. I would get 49%. They'd have control, and they were going to give me all of the support from Louis Vuitton. So I had to go to Adidas, and I told Adidas, hey, let's indemnify the apparel. So Adidas, you're not going to do the apparel anymore. Hey, we had a good time, but we're going to run off with Giselle now, right? Mm-hmm. So that's like you told your girl that, and she's like, oh, no, we had the proudest moment of our career and stuff. So then he offers me the deal, and Alexander Arnault, who's gone on and rape and pillage from all of the talent that I had afterwards, said, I say, before I tell Adidas to indemnify the apparel, can I get a written contract from your dad, Bernard Arnault? And he says, my dad will never go back on his word. So you already know what this thing is going, right?
Yeah.
You can, spoiler alert, right? He went back on his word. So 3 months into the deal, I get Anna Winter. I say, who should I use for my lawyer? She picks my lawyer for me, right? I just found out even a couple of days that the lawyer demanded an airplane during negotiations. Had nothing to do with me, right? They said that Bernard Arnault got freaked out. And then Alexander Arnault calls me and says, the deal got dropped at the board. I went back and told my high maintenance wife I was supposed to become this designer at Louis Vuitton, or the Louis Vuitton group was going to back the Kanye West line because that's how good I've done in fashion, babe. And now the deal is dropped. So then I did a second collection and we didn't have any support to be able to build the collection. Then I went and found, and third collection, we did it. We took over MSG. Fourth collection went and the show started an hour late. Then a week later, Kim got robbed. Then I told Scooter Braun, my manager at that time, I say, I'm looking, I need to go to Japan. I'm tired. He says, no, you need to make more money. I do 4 more shows on a second leg of the tour, and I suffer from exhaustion and go to the hospital, and then get diagnosed with a disorder. This is the first time I ever suffered from exhaustion. By the way, I haven't been to the hospital since. And haven't taken, medication in 2 years. And I'm sure there'll be people in the media, we won't say, where someone will say, well, that's obvious, right? So, so right now I'm talking to you, right? I'm not on medication. I just go to sleep, right? I have sleep.
Have you been able to sleep?
That's too low hanging fruit for you. You're more. I expect more.
Right. I agree.
I expect more.
I agree. That was dumb. I regret it.
Good. Very good.
That's like that's
going out like Pierce Morgan. Thank you for taking the high road, and thank you, Kanye, for reminding him to take the high road.
It's like Pierce Morgan trying to grab ratings. Say like, you got a whole life ahead of you. These guys are at the end of their life.
Oh, good.
Right, so this
call
story
me out of my shit. I love it.
But then, amidst that, the same guy that dropped my deal, Bernard Arnault, goes and hires my best friend. Goes and hires my main engineer. Right? It would have been like them hiring, Elon from Peter before they figured out Paul, before they figured out PayPal. But Paul sounds like Paul sounds like Paul. I just say it because I'm a Christian. I thought it was cool. Yeah. But it would have been like, what if someone could have went in and took Elon away from Peter before they pay Paul? Because they pay Paul.
Yeah,
before they pay Paul. It's just too close.
Yeah, too close.
It just sounds so fresh. The fact that it's so close, right? And that's what happened, right? They broke the gang up. Yeah. And I'm telling you right now, that hadn't happened. Virgil's alive. I'm still married. You know what I'm saying? The power structure was broken then, right? Because we were building something. Kylie wasn't a billionaire. You know what I mean? Yeah. We were building something together that a French colonizer came in and caught it early and tried to destroy it. But the only thing is, God is alive and I'm anointed. And even with those drawbacks, losing my wife, losing my friend, exhaustion, all of these late night tweets that piss off an entire group, like this, the frustration still there. I work for God and God runs the world, and we'll see what happens.
But in those words, don't you feel that being split up, don't you feel you're doing the thing that you stand against, which is playing victim? Aren't you playing victim to the forces in the world?
I didn't play victim. I didn't even get a chance to play. I just said I was about to. I said like this, like.
No, you played pretty damn well. What do you mean? What do you mean about to? You're like one of the greatest designers in history, fashion designers. You were playing. What do you are playing? What does that even mean?
I thought you were referring to the tweet. Saying I'm playing
all of
victim
it.
there.
Well, there's a full set of things that you're under attack for. The tweet and everything beyond that. But like you're blaming, not blaming, but you're saying that the Jewish media, the Jewish record labels, the Jewish people, forget Jewish or not, doesn't matter, is playing victim, right?
Ultimately, I am fighting a battle in the spiritual form. And anyone that believes in God and is looking at this interview would agree with that. And I just so happen to be a bright part of God's army. I'm fighting for us to live. The greatest gift is life itself. I am pro-life. I am pro-God. I believe that Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior and died for our sins.
What do you feel about another attack, another painful thing? I imagine super painful is Balenciaga pulling. You had a really close relationship and friendship with their creative director. Like, how do you feel about all of it?
I told you I sang the song. I sing another song from one of my mentors, Future. I never feel pain. I done felt too much pain. Like, there was a day where I was headed to Nashville to meet with George Farmer, who is the CEO of Parla. The day when we made.
You know, I got to address this once again. Do you feel sorry because you recognize the inherent immorality of your decisions and your words? Is that the question you're asking? Or is the question you're in fact asking is, have we made you regret offending us yet? Those are two different questions, you see? If you want to talk about the history and you want to talk about how unfair and unjust and whatever it is, that's one thing. If you want to sit back and lick your paws and saying, yeah, now you finally learned your lesson. Now you know what power is. Now do you regret we took the white woman away? Now do you regret we took all the money away? Have you learned your lesson yet? That's another thing altogether. And those are two different questions. And some people may say, oh, well, who cares? Who cares? You know, you should regret it. And if you don't regret it, we'll make you regret it. Okay, maybe, right? But that's two different conversations. And it's important to understand that those are two different conversations. That's all. And I'm not saying that you can't have both types of conversations. Just understand that they're different conversations, right? Right? Okay. I can't make you apologize, but I can make you wish you had apologized. Those are two different things. Those are two different things altogether. Okay. So what type of apology do you want? Do you want a concession to your power, or do you want a recognition that what is emotionally significant to you is also empathetically, emotionally significant to other human beings? And whether or not you are asking one or the other question reflects on you.
Made the announcement. At that same day, Balenciaga was taking my imagery off of their site, and the Drink Champs was being taken down. And I said, this is the happiest day of my life. I love cutting the grass low. People wasn't really with you. They was part-time. People switch up when it's wartime. I'd rather have people who are really with me and not people who are just trying to use me.
Listen, as a friend, as somebody cares for you, you have to be really careful by the people, by all people, always. The people that are going to be try to be close to you now, you don't know if you can trust them. And
Even
you're more.
With the Balenciaga, I have more to say about it, though.
Yeah. Please.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
Dimna will still work for Ye someday. And this is just speeding the process up.
Have you talked? Can you share if you've talked?
Yes, I talked to Dimna. This is like we're kindred spirits. None of this can keep us away from each other. I brought Dimna to Gap to be able to bring the best product in the world. At that time, I wanted to go under $100. Now I'm like, okay, we're going to go $20 a product. I brought Dimna in to engineer. That's why I said engineered by Balenciaga. Yeezy Gap engineered by Balenciaga to engineer the best product for the people that they say are at the bottom of the Maslow hierarchy of need chart. They're at the bottom of the pyramid, right? So Gap didn't want that. Balenciaga didn't want that. Our agendas were not aligned. I was brought in to the Gap for political reasons and influence, like a Virgil, like a George Floyd. When popular celebrities are brought into Fortune 500 companies, it's not to raise the stock. It's to strengthen the position and influence. And it's definitely not to be out here letting a nigga think he's Steve Jobs.
Yeah, there's people like that. But you, as a great man and visionary, your job is to understand that game and be one step ahead.
Well, that's why I'm telling them.
How to rise
that
above.
relationship. Some relationships only last for a summer.
Yeah.
Some last for a year. The relationship ran its course. In that relationship, I invested a lot of my social capital and actual capital. I spent somewhere between $5 to $10 million personally on Balenciaga. How much money do you think Balenciaga had paid me in the past 2 years? Just take a really wild guess. A really wild.
Less than that?
Just take a super wild one. Just go to the furthest extent of your imagination.
1.2 million.
Lower.
500,000.
Lower.
Zero.
All
right.
And actually, 2 weeks ago, I paid out of Saint's account $862,000, not in clothes for me from Balenciaga from the store, in royalties to Balenciaga, where the deal had been engineered, where I was coming out of my pocket. So last year I paid Dimna $3 million to design the collection, right? And we got it out of the Gap marketing fund. And he was going to deliver 160 SKUs or 120 SKUs. 100 SKUs are separate items of clothing. Styles of clothing. So he ended up delivering about 60. I feel like we're on the people's court because we actually are, right? We're in the court of public opinion. So he delivered about 60. There were all kinds of people that were working. Part of the reason why I had to get Dimna, like I didn't want to have to I wanted to compete with him. I didn't want to have to get him. When I made Stronger, I did it to compete with Timberland and Justin Timberlake because my fiance at that time liked Justin Timberlake just a little bit too much. So I made it to compete. And then we had the song out. It's number 1 on Apple. It's blowing up. I play it in a club and it sounds muddy. It doesn't sound the way Sexy Back sounded in the club. So I go to Pharrell Williams to do the drums, and it sounds like a different record. I know it can't be a different record because I'm like, I'm going to swap it out on radio, right? Then I go to Swiss Beats. It sounds like a different record. I go to Timberland, the person who did Sexy Back, and he did it in 5 minutes and then spent the rest of the hour talking about how nobody could have done it except for him, running around the studio. I'm the best. No one could have. That's why he had to go to me. He had to go to the king.
Well, he had a point, right?
He had a point, right? So
what makes the song muddy? Is it the beat?
It was in the drums. It was something that Timberland had in those drums. Like, now watch this. I said I'm going DEF CON 3, right? And the actual I spelled it wrong. I have a tendency to do that. I'm not quite John Legend, tight sweater level, spelling bee level. So I feel a parallel to me going to Timberland to when I said, hey, you as an engineer, I need to work with you as an engineer that is Jewish to look at these contracts and what my people, not just Black people, let's say artists, are dealing with in our contracts. These contracts need to be fixed. Everyone could be so mad at the messenger, right? Yay, you said it the wrong way. You're offensive. You're like Hitler now because you said it. You said this out loud, but it does not, you weren't getting enough sleep. All this shit does not negate the fact that we do have Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah, but we is just the music industry. Like, there's a lot of hate that was created by just saying that, you know?
But you're saying what is just is everything to me, right?
Yeah,
One person
Same
can
for
mean everything to me, right?
And for George Bush, winning an election was everything. And then when you said George Bush doesn't care about Black people, that you woke him up. You woke the people up to the fact that he was narrowly being selfish. There's a sense to which you're being corrupted by your own greatness. That you're focusing too much on the industry that you've made great, that you've rose to the very top. One of the richest artists in history, one of the greatest designers.
I am the richest artist in history.
Probably the richest artist in history. Yeah,
They say the funny thing is they're like, oh, richest Black person, like, oh, also richest actor, richest musician, richest fashion designer. Like it's a bunch of riches in that one. You know what I'm saying? It's like richer than Ralph Lauren, like richer than Armani, like richest, like of that, but still low. Like, because where do you put that? You know, like on the totem. Because I don't even want to.
A man's bank account isn't everything. I would say you and I are equal in a certain deep sense. No matter what the bank account says.
Vroom, 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 vroom. So I wanted to give you some theme music for your
It
moments.
sounded a little muddy.
Let me give you the Timberland version.
Yeah. Thank you.
But okay.
Play that at the club.
So the other thing about like Balenciaga is Demna will work with Ye someday. And for Cedric and for Francois Pinault, and Salma is a beautiful human being. 5 years from now, you'll hear and know the name Ye and know things that we did. And Balenciaga is not going to make it onto your questions. Would you, as a gambling man, would you bet on that?
I would bet on that. I can see it in your eyes. Let me ask you.
So it was sad. It was actually a sad day for me, not for me, but more for Balenciaga. I just when I heard that, I was just like, oh, shame.
Let me ask you a silly question, just about Demna. I read something that you two talked about, like buttons, for a few hours.
They're my gumdrop buttons.
Just in that accent.
Me and Demna only speak in Shrek.
What's your philosophy with which you approach design? You are one of the great fashion designers of our time. How do you think about it? Do you have a philosophy?
You know what I like about the zipper is the zipper hoodie replaces the dress shirt, because you could get on your douchebag shit and like unzip it and give it a little bit of, that type of look. And
which is the douchebag?
Like when the the douchebags that go to Vegas and unbutton their dress shirt.
Yeah.
And the problem with the pullover hoodie is you can't do the douchebag thing where you unbutton it, but then still get the stomach. Because the thing is, the ultimate look would be like, military tank pullover hoodie. And if you get a little hot, you take off the hoodie, but you're like crazy in shape.
Mm-hmm. So it gives you that flexibility.
Yeah, it's the zipper's giving some flexibility, and it's like maybe you want to keep your jacket on. Like it's considered like a hoodie to be like a jacket. If you want to keep your jacket on, then you might want to do this as opposed to pulling it all the way off.
Yeah.
So, and it's just comfort. But then you get, okay, can I do a jogging pant on this with elasticity? Now, people argue about climate, where we are with the climate. I take a responsibility as being the most influential designer of all time to say we're going to use biodegradable clothing. Now, the issue there is the elastic is not biodegradable. So that means it's actually better to use jeans and a belt than to have an elastic waistband, because the elastic waistband is not biodegradable. So I use the planet as the future of the planet is a big piece of the way I engineer and the way we talk about where designs are going.
The constraints on your design and engineering is given by the planet, by the future of the planet.
Yes. That could almost make Jewish people like me again.
Every time you say Jewish people, I think I've been maybe reading a little too much about World War II, but man, I'd recommend you listen to some audiobooks or read some books on the Holocaust, because like it's heavy. It's heavy. It will put into context the impact of your words.
Would you read books on the current Holocaust that Black people are in?
No, I mean, I read.
What have you read about abortion?
I've read a lot of short form writing, and I've listened to a lot of debates, because it's really humbling that the question of when does life begin is a really difficult question for me as an engineer and scientist. It's a philosophical question.
I mean, we could just go on population control, not like if abortion is right or wrong. We could say factually the clinics were made by eugenics for population control, and it is controlling the population, as is the never being given a 40 acres and a mule, so you don't have the opportunity. And when the people that do have the opportunity are separated from our people, our tribe, and placed in suburban communities next to, as Chris Rock put it, the dentist, and whitewashed and made to shut the fuck up and vote left or whatever niggers are supposed to do when we make it, as opposed to saying, okay, we're building schools, we're building up choirs, we're building up our own leagues, basketball teams, our own factories. We started the first sportswear factory in America since World War II. Was actually this factory I put in Cody. So, I'm 45 years old. We're on this journey right now. It's the other thing about this is like people just in general, they love me so much. I'm like actually a hard guy to really hate for a long period of time, just because of like my huge cock. And
that's what I noticed. I didn't understand why you showed it to me when we first met, but now I understand.
Yeah,
it's very nice. Congratulations. I know you don't talk about it, but your hat does say 24.
Yeah.
If you run for president, what kind of ideas would you represent?
That we're beings with engineering opportunities. I would represent
Yes.
Just as you served the platform here, there's something that happened on my last run that I know was brilliant. It was noisy, but it was brilliant. I had one rally, and in the rally, I just let people come up and I gave them a platform. It's our responsibility to listen to the pain and hear the pain and understand, even when we're the ones that cause the pain. Like with my tweet, it's my responsibility to hear you and understand why you feel like that. But it's our responsibility as a people to understand each other.
To give people a voice.
People need the voice. And even right now, what I'm doing or how God is using me, I'm showing where our voices are being muted. There's professors that are actually intelligent, actually have multiple degrees that have been canceled from their schools. And they don't have a music industry or a fan base or shoe design or a smoking hot ex-wife to complain about. They've just got the truth of what they saw and what they dedicated to this country and to education that has been muted by schools that have been taken over with an agenda. And so you want the brightest minds to be these professors, and then you mute them and they have nowhere to go. And you might get a guy now that went from being someone's favorite professor to he's working at Starbucks like he was back at school or like he was back in high school.
So even if that voice is about anger and hate, it still deserves to be heard.
Yeah, it deserves to be heard. And we deserve to ask why. You know, like you have to ask why. I just feel like I feel like that is sympathizing Mr. Hugecock. I'm just saying that it just needs to be.
You should change that to your name on Twitter while you're still allowed on there.
Yeah. Do you think that would get censored? I feel like they definitely cut it down some inches. I'm pointing out this. I'm pointing out this truth. Now I'm serious. This is not a Christian thing, right? And I wonder right there when I say these jokes, is it something that because I do feel like laughter is the key. Engineering and laughter, right, is the key to peace. Like when I go get my teeth cleaned and I have the nitrous, there's something that I want to go and hug Chris Jenner. I want to go and hug Corey Gamble. I want to go and hug, Howard Stern. No one wants to hug Howard Stern. I mean, but just if one.
No. I would love to see you two hug it out and make up, even though all the shit talking back and forth.
What about talking it out, or is he going to be screaming at me?
Yeah, judgmental and that kind of stuff. No, I hope there's love there.
The thing is, I think Howard's just jealous. Not just jealous of my cock. He's also he's jealous that I started my campaign earlier than him.
You got to let go of that jealousy.
You got to let go of that jealousy, Howard. You got to
Howard and everybody else. Jealousy is a natural human thing, man.
I wonder, just as a Christian, right? When I joke and say this stuff, it's like, am I being disobedient to God? Because as a boss, right, I'll talk to an employee and I'll be like, why didn't you just listen? Because I've got the bigger plan, right? So it's like me talking to God. Were there things that I did in this interview that were disobedient to God? And for those things, I pray and I repent for anything that I've said that was disobedient to God.
But humor is not one of them. Joking is. I feel like humor is the way we avoid so much suffering in the world. It's the way to. It's like a catalyst for love. Like it's a way to. People that have gone through some of the darkest trauma that I've ever met through war. I just came back from Ukraine. They're laughing. They're making jokes. That's the best way to deal with dark times. I don't know what it is about like humans. I feel like humor. That's the best way to socially engineer a good future, I think, is humor. Not taking shit too seriously. That's the problem with censorship. One of the things that really suffer is humor. Jokes. Maybe going too far in the jokes. You mentioned Anthony Jeselnik. That guy goes hard. That guy goes really hard, and it's great. He crosses all the lines, and that's why he's a genius, and that's what people feels refreshing when he does it. I don't know what it is,
but then it's like hurtful when I do it. But I'll tell you something that was interesting. I'm pretty sure Anthony doesn't like. Sorry for the assumption, but just most comedians I know didn't vote for Trump.
That's interesting.
Not saying there aren't comedians that did, but just the ones I know, because I live in California, right?
But they have an appreciation for Trump because of the sense of humor.
Yeah.
Gotta ask you about parlor and engineering because I'm interested about that.
Dum 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 dum.
Hey man, I'm actually trying to hold it together. You're pretty offensive towards a lot, and
I'm not looking to be offensive. I really want to bring people together and get these
I
sales
know,
done.
but the word, 100%, I see your vision.
How do we do
but
that?
somebody you care. Don't say Jewish media and Jewish controlled media.
JM.
You sound like it sounds too much like 1930s Nazi Germany that was leading up to the atrocities.
Oh, he would say JM?
Yeah, he was branded JM. That's right. No, it's just the implied, like this memeified prejudice towards a group in a way that's going to lead to hate. And I know you don't mean that. I know you have love in your heart. That's
You know what's the prejudice towards a group that led to hate? BLM. BLM took a black person, showed his death on camera because, okay, there are examples of us being killed on camera. But if it was spread on camera, it was done on purpose by the media because 14, 20 kids get killed in Chicago every week and it's not spread that much. They, like you said, singled out a person, directed everything on that person, right, as the martyr, and raised the people that hadn't had any. We didn't have our 40 acres and a mule. We didn't have, like a lot of things, right? Like that black people have not ever been given. So once we're given just a little bit, like your life matters, right? Then we literally like, oh, okay, now we're being heard, right? But actually the death toll is up. The city where this happened is completely been turned to a war zone. It's actually something like Candace Owens can actually specify this better, but it's like its own city or something. Like they made it not be a part of the actual state or something. It's like DC and stuff. It's like Washington DC now and stuff. Like, and that has to be from a government, that's got higher level agenda written all over it.
Yeah, they're using the death of an individual. Yeah, sure. The media are. Not the Jewish media, the media. The media is fucked up. That machine takes whatever tragedy and pushes it towards whatever narrative that gets more clicks and views and so on. Sure. And then politicians do the same. They use the media, they influence the media to tell a story. And
this is a simple thing I'll put. I believe that the idea of anti-Semitism and the closeness of the Holocaust is used by certain individuals in media to not take accountability for the bad things that are happening. And what's happening is there's a new frontier, right? Meaning like it used to be okay for somebody to be a billionaire. We thought about a billionaire, right? A lot of times you think of them actually kind of being out of shape and, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, like Onassis or something, like you thought about it a different way. Now you think about a billionaire, you think about Elon, you think Kim, think Ye, you think it's a new kind of billionaire. It's not just Soros is a billionaire. It's a new form of billionaire. Well, right now, what I'm calling for the industry is I'm calling the industry out and saying like, hey, it just so happens that there's been times where I had my lawyer was Jewish, my regulator was Jewish, but like 8 people that basically would collude and talk without me were in groups saying, okay, this is what the tour is going to be. This is his next house. And they were making all these decisions and they're making all this money. And at the end, I was like, I ended my tour and I don't have the money. And it just so happens that that's the case, that what they were. But what I'm saying is, if everyone can say, hey, you can't point out this fact, or we're going to say you're anti-Semitic and we're going to call you Hitler. I feel that there has to be at least 1% of safeguarding the ability to screw the artist based on saying it's anti-Semitic by pointing out that they just so happen to all be Jewish. And I don't think that's anti-Semitism. I just think that's, hey, this is another thing. Like, okay, the Kardashians, when you hear that, do you think male or do you think female? You think female. You get what I'm saying? You think this is the realities. This is why rap works, right? They're going to make an anti-women thing in a second, right? And it's going to say, well, if you point out that these 6 women are having a meeting on where the Christmas party is, and none of the ball players or rappers that they have babies with have any say so that Christmas happened at Courtney's house all 8 years when I was there, and it never happened at anyone else's black family house, right? If I'm the one that pointed it out, they just don't have, they don't have their, oh, you're anti-Semitic word to say, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but
because this is the way it runs and this is the way we want to do it.
If you say that that women are silencing the black voice, yes, you're gonna get the same response. But especially if it historically resonates.
What about the fact that it's true?
When you talk in groups, that breeds hate. When you talk about individuals, it solves problems. And you're in engineering.
Okay, but this is something I pointed out on Pierce. I said, if a black person gets pulled over with a car and it's 3 other people in the car, they're also going to jail. They're not going to single them out. They're going to say, you guys are all in collusion. I just described collusion 5 times in this interview. And you keep on going back to this is like 1930. This is like this. This is like that. What I'm saying is, look, I want to work with you as an engineer to free my people. Can we start as a being with engineer opportunities right here? Yes. I am sorry to the people who had to be hurt and affected by that. Now we are here and I'm looking to solve it. But what happens is every time, if I talk to any of these business people one by one, because mind you, I didn't get to the tweet by not having a conversation. I had the conversations beforehand before I got to the tweet. Now we're going to take it to the stage. Now we're on the world stage, right? And you saw Ari Emanuel do exactly the kind of thing that I was saying had been done behind closed doors. Now he's doing it in open doors. They told Candace Owens, I couldn't be on the Daily Wire. Like, you can't even explain yourself. And we don't care how you got to that point either.
And you see the Daily Wire, that's your boy. You know, I can't remember his name now. You know, the little meanie kind of irritating guy. Yeah, so we'll see.
And that's fucked up.
Yes.
They told Candace you can't be on Daily
It's not
Wire.
even about,
That's
yes,
right.
she did. That's what they said. And you know what? And you can have my voice raised or lower. I'm going to do it lower, right? Because what's happening to me by, I put in your words, the media is saying, not only can you not explain yourself, we don't care how you got to that point. You need to apologize and you can't explain. And that's the end of the story. So just apologize so we can have Mel Gibson do some more films. Is exactly what Ari Emanuel was saying. No one is looking to change the problem that led so many people to that same level of frustration. And I just so happen to be the one that's not going to back up on it until this changes. Because you know what? I'm sorry I had a sleepy text. I'm sorry I wrote. I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry that I put that I was 5'12" or 5'11" on Tinder. Okay, my cock is not 14 inches. I lied. Okay, it's only 13.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, right?
Yeah.
So the
Why he's dropping so many facts today.
So what I'm saying is, but where do we get to this? Because even you, as engineering, as intelligent as you are, you, just like everyone else that I'm saying was colluding, won't let us get to the point of fixing it.
Yeah, but I'm not. I think you're more powerful than the media. I'm not saying you need to apologize because of the media. I'm saying everything we've been talking about just because I care for you and I want you to be the best possible man you can be. To me, a definition of a great man, I'm with Martin Luther King on this. You don't talk about Jews or black people. You talk about engineering. You talk about humanity. You solve problems. You identify the problems in the world, and you don't come from a place of resentment. This group did this. Fuck all that. That is in the past. You just build solutions. I'm going to create a new record label. I'm going to create a new design firm. I'm going to create a new social network. I'm going to do it better. I'm going to do it right. I'm going to do it right by the people that I know don't have a voice. I'm going to give them a voice and talk about that.
Is it okay to call out collusion? Do people collude in your business under you? Like the engineers that come together and like say they collude against the bosses, right? You know why Bernard Arnault offered the deal and took it away from me? Collusion. Because I was too powerful with the collective that I had right there. He had to stop that at all costs. They said, for whatever reason, this kid, Ye, it has the ability to have all of the Kardashians, Jay-Z and Beyonce, Justin Bieber, Demna, Virgil, all these people in the same room working towards a same goal. I've been that person since preschool. That's called a leader, right? And right now, what I'm saying is, hey, for the people in business, whatever their background is, whether they turn their cell phones off on Friday or not, there's been some bad business done. There's some bad business practices, and we have to change that because this game is like boxing. More people end up retarded than rich. And I'm saying like beat to a pulp, driven crazy, beat by the media to a pulp. Right now, the media has done everything they could to make me apologize and to make me look crazy. And not one person has done anything to find out why I was frustrated enough to do that tweet. And that's facts. And that's fucked up.
Well, I was hoping to. I am finding out. We found out. I mean, but like, I want solutions. Like, see, there's something about human nature where if you focus too much on resentment,
we're not focusing on it anymore. Fuck the resentment.
Right.
We're moving forward.
Right. So there's two things I think that are required for. I mean, this is how I've lived my life for great engineering. You surround yourself in your personal life by people you trust, and then in your professional life, from the engineering perspective, with a team. With an incredible team, and everything else doesn't matter. That allows you not to focus on other groups, how they're fucking you over, how they're like trying to manipulate or collude and all that kind of stuff. You focus on solutions and you find a way around all the difficult shit. That's it. If you have people in your life you can trust, that's like lifelong. You said like some people you're with for the summer, for a year. Find people you can be with for your whole life. Do you have people in your life that you trust? Like really trust?
No, I trust God. At any point, a human being can like, I could like, if I like go and like really, treat this guy like a piece of shit or do this, that. Am I supposed to, trust him to be loyal and stay in the situation? No, I trust people to be people, and people are flawed. And people can have the right intentions, but it only makes sense for us to work together when our agendas align. When Kim was pulled really far to the left, our agendas no longer, aligned. So that made the marriage impossible. It aligned where it's like, oh, I could wear a red hat. That can help her to get Alice Johnson out of jail because Trump's willing to do that for my wife because I was the only person in my position that stood up and said, wait a second, I like you, because.
But isn't there a deeper agenda, the human agenda of just being in love? Like, that's just what you're talking about. Red hat is just politics, right?
I mean, the world is becoming more and more transactional every day, and actually, marriages are actually originally based on transactions. And that's why they're less needed the more autonomous as we come, or the world makes it less needed. I feel like we do need each other. I feel like we do need someone we can always, count on. It's like I'm pulled away by King Koopa, which is the media, the politics, the promise, oh, we're going to keep you safe. So the reason why I get, really frustrated with Kris Jenner is she says losing Rob Kardashian was the greatest mistake of her life, but she never gave Kim's hand over in marriage, because this is the bottom line. When me and Kim met, we were millionaires or whatever, right? You're telling me you just hand her hand over in marriage that your daughter's not successful? Handing your hand over in marriage too. But no, she had to still be the husband to all of her daughters. And we see what the results are consistently. So that's where I get, frustrated. It's like, let that go. Let this person do what you made mistakes on. Don't make this person relive those same mistakes and then put that agenda into my daughters too.
Yeah, I'm pausing here. I don't know how long we got left. I guess there's still maybe an hour, a couple of hours left. This day is way too beautiful. I started this live in the morning at 11. And, here it is, 3:47, almost 4. So I'm going to pause, and I'm going to do this in 2 parts. And I'm going to do a part 2 later, if that's at all possible. So I want to thank everybody for joining me. I appreciate it. But I'm going to get out and run. I'm going to run, try to do a maybe 6-mile run. And then I'm going to turn around and do a 1-mile swim. And that's how I'm going to do my Sunday night. But I just can't let a beautiful sunny day like this go by without enjoying a little bit of it. So as always, I want everyone to stay kind. You know that, because kind is not only the new sexy, kind is the only sexy. And I want you to stay blessed, stay blessed. And I want you to stay healthy, as you know. Now, check out the other channels. As always, subscribe, hit the like button, and all the rest of that. And I will see you guys on the flip-flop. Peace.
Gold label quality Biomed RX CBD oil is made from organic hemp that is locally grown, glyphosate-free, gluten-free, non-GMO, homogenized, third-party tested, and CO2 extracted. Visit www.biomedrxcbd.com. Biomedric's Optimum Woman is the only woman's high-potency full-spectrum multiple vitamin supplement to contain 56 nutrients, including those most important for today's woman, such as calcium for bone health, iron for healthy red blood cells, beta-carotene, biotin for nail and hair health, gamma-linoleic acid from evening primrose oil, octasanol, grapeseed extract, a potent antioxidant important for maintaining capillary strength, and vegetarian digestive enzymes. Visit www.biomedrxsupplements.com.